what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. You came with a warning. I should have seen it. My bad for falling. I'm far from perfect, but I know what my worth is. More than you're giving. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already reckless. What goes up comes back down. And your day will come around. I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this. Forget. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. What goes up comes back down, and your day will come around. Oh no. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already reckless. What goes up comes back down, and your day will come.
All right, there we go. I got the light. There will be light. There shall be light. What's up, guys? Good evening. How's everybody doing? Thanks for being here. I am Dave. You know that because you clicked on my stream. What's up, Misadventures in Astro? Good to see you here. I got an action-packed stream tonight. We got the energy going. I had energy drink earlier. What's up, Myth? Howdy. So we got the music going. We're gonna do, got a lot of stuff to do. You're installing filters into a filter reel. Oh, how exciting! Something I've not had the pleasure of doing myself as of yet. So, we got a bunch of stuff going on. What's up, Gary? How are you? Good to see you. So we got a bunch of stuff going on. We're going to be setting up the telescope and going over my workflow for setting up and using Nina, which, if you don't know Nina, that is the deep sky telescope data acquisition software. It does all the controls of your gear. Super cool, really awesome. What's up, Layer by Layer? How are you? Good to see you. Old Curmudgeon's here. What's up? We are going to do a bit of 3D printing. That's actually what we're going to do first. I want to get the printer up and running. I've got material. I got some new material to try, actually. Let me show you this part. I think it's going to be really good material. I can't speak to the structural properties of the material, and it's hard. You guys know I can't get in the webcam to focus. I really want to upgrade the webcam. I want to use a really nice camera. That's a later project, but so this is a new material to me. This is carbon fiber reinforced ABS. Made by Soraya Tech. This stuff, I'll try to post some pictures in the Discord. That'll be in focus and with better light. But what's interesting about this what they claim. Let's take a look real quick here. It's a little bit different than something I haven't seen before in the fiber reinforced filaments. So they call this ABS-CF core, specifically core, and so this is what they claim. So take a look, and so this right here. So they claim that the outer layer, so that the reinforcement, the fiber is only in the in the inside of the filament. The outer layer is pure ABS in this case, right? Pure plastic. And so that's interesting. That could theoretically basically give you the most of the advantages of additional stiffness from the fibers, without the potential penalty in layer adhesion by having. So each layer, you can see as this would like lay down, would be plastic on plastic. So and ABS layer adhesion is already really poor. A Titan submersible. Yeah, I'll get right on it. Yeah. Old curmudgeon's waiting for clear skies. We've got limited clear skies tonight, so we actually really should get into it here. You've ordered steel nozzles? Yeah, okay, very cool. Very cool. Is there any way to design and program a singing fish on the wall that sings songs you play via Bluetooth? There's absolutely a way to do that, Sid. That's probably a little bit out of my skill. I could do the mechanical side of it. I could, and Splashy, our friend Splashy's been doing animatronics stuff in the Discord, so he would be wanting to talk about that. Yeah, so you just need a hardened steel nozzle to print the the fiber filaments. So, anyways, let's get this print going, and I need to kind of get going here because there's supposed to be some clouds rolling in tonight. Not till like 9, so we should have several hours. We want to get going on this anyways. So I'm ready to start printing these parts for the telescope, and this is going to be a long print. So I want to get it going as soon as possible. It can run overnight. That's fine. So this is the so we're going to print this in this new carbon fiber ABS material. New to me, at least. Fairly new to the market, as far as I know. So let's this is the so this is the rear part of the tube, and I need to make that an STL. We'll get this going first, and then we will get the telescope going. So STL, rear tube, overwrite it because that's the old one. Yes, all right. Yep, I am in Southern California. Rear tube. And I'm probably going to print this with, I actually want to rotate that 90. My print bed is bowed a little bit, so it's better to put the long axis of parts in the X direction for me in particular. And ABS. My ABS setting seems to work pretty good. I'm going to print this at 0.2 millimeter layer height because reasons. Because 0.2 millimeter layer height always tends to give me better looking results. So minus 27C? What? What is that? That is crazy. Where are you, Gary? Are you in Nova Scotia? I think you I know we had somebody from Nova Scotia, I think, in here earlier. So that would check out, I think. So looking at a 16-hour, 37-minute print. So if I start this now, it would finish overnight, which would be pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's what I want. What percent infill did I set on that? That's 15% infill. And my favorite infill pattern is the gyroid infill pattern. I like that. I use that a lot. So 16-hour print. That's a big long print, but that's okay. Southern Manitoba. Well, that's in Canada. All right. Yes. Manitoba is one of the. Is that like a central province? We'll look that up on the map. Excuse my lack of knowledge of Canadian geography. I know where Nova Scotia is, and I know where Vancouver is, and I know where Toronto is. So, he tried to print 225 millimeter GT2 gear. Yep. Yeah. Yep. PETG and PLA can both warp large parts like that, and ABS too. This is ABS, so this could be a challenge to print. So yeah, we'll see. We might have warping issues. We'll see. I know I could print this in my favorite polycarbonate carbon fiber material. One of the things that doesn't get mentioned a lot. A huge benefit to the fiber reinforced materials is they warp significantly less. I'm totally kind of just hypothesizing that, and well, anecdotally, I can attest to that. That you've got the solid fibers in the material that gives some structure to the molten plastic being laid down, right? And so. Yeah, definitely anecdotally, I can say that the fiber reinforced materials warp significantly less than their non-fiber reinforced counterparts. So if this was just an ABS part, just regular ABS, then maybe I'd be a little bit more worried. We'll see how it goes. So it's a 278 grams of filament, 16 hours. ABS-CF. And I need to put that in the right folder. And I've got my print bed pre-warmed here, so, or at least most of the way pre-warmed. Which will also, need to drop that chamber fan down. So. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, PETG. So, do you have a is it a PEI surface? Because PETG sticks too good to PEI, and it will damage. When you pull it up, it'll tear the plastic. So you need to use like a separate adhesive, basically to protect the PEI or a different surface. PETG sticks really good to textured PEI. So if it's like a smooth PEI sheet, that's no good. The textured PEI is good. Okay. So we'll get this printing here. Yeah. So we got a lot of stuff going on. We're gonna be printing. We're gonna be doing the Nina setup. Setting up the telescope, showing you my Nina routine, and also going to be processing Mars. I got some shots of Mars last night. Not very good. It was rather poor seeing. Rather poor seeing, but not so poor that I'm not able to pull out detail on here, right? And being able to see such a large, part of the frozen. I think it's the North Pole here that's mirrored, and upside down, is super cool. So we'll be going through my Mars data from last night. I shot this with my 12.5-inch Dobsonian, so that'll be fun. So smooth PEI, yeah. I just wouldn't try to stick PETG to PEI because I've definitely ruined a couple of build plates doing that. It sticks too good. You can, if you use like a glue stick or hairspray, then the PETG sticks to the glue or the hairspray instead of the PEI, so that'll give you surface adhesion and also protect the PEI. So, But really, the best thing to do is just not print PETG, because PETG sucks. I hate PETG. I know a lot of people print it and they get decent results with it, but I just don't like it. It's sticky and gummy. It makes a mess on your tool head. It'll deposit blobs on your part. It's stringy. It's just hard to get good results with. I mean, it's a fairly decent material, but yeah, used to just PVA glue. I'm also really a big fan of the adhesives from the Magigoo adhesives. Those are they have a generic adhesive for like PLA, ABS, PETG. They're not too expensive, and they last a while. So yeah, I can strongly recommend those as well. PVA glue can work, but there's better stuff. So yeah, you can use glue sticks. If you use glue sticks, I would recommend you try Magigoo, because it's just much better. Yeah, here's my build plate. You can see how it has this sag in the middle there. So I try to orient things along the x-axis. Yeah, that's a bummer. ABS and ASA, if you with an enclosure, print really nice. Like, because it doesn't gum up, it's not stringy. Like, this is really nice print results. I really like it. Yeah, the wave in my build plate. Now ABS is not strong or stiff. PETG and PLA are both going to be stiffer and stronger than ABS. ABS do a bit better in higher temperatures. And ABS has extremely poor layer adhesion compared to those two materials. So, trade-offs. But ABS prints really nice. And for the fumes, the printer that I have right now has a... I wouldn't worry about the fumes, like if it was in like a workshop, like in a garage or something, like I wouldn't care. But since it's right here in my apartment, then I do care. I don't really want to, sleep all night breathing, that. So I have my printer has an enclosure with a filter on it. So that completely eliminates the odor. So, oh, okay. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I think I've seen people do shimming. Shimming before. Okay, we are warming up here. So warming up. Once it gets to temperature, I'm just gonna pop over there. We'll take a look at, make sure it starts printing good, and then we'll get the telescope going. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? 240, almost there. Yeah, I'd be interested to try shimming that. Yeah, it says my range too is 0.2 millimeters, which seems like a lot, but I mean it is a very large build plate. So over that build plate, 0.2 millimeter range maybe that's not too bad. I had done some tuning, but not in some time to try to improve that. So, all right, I got to pop up and check and watch, just make sure this first layer goes down good. All right, I think we're gonna be good here. PLA does have a little bit of an odor. Yeah, and some of the materials do also. Having an enclosure with a built-in exhaust filter is, pretty much eliminates that problem. So, yeah. I'm not one that subscribes to the idea that those odors are particularly harmful. I'm not really concerned about that at all. Well, I mean, I have a small studio apartment and I print right here, so it does have a little bit of an odor. I do have the filter on the one printer, but not on the other one. So, but yeah, as far as potential health hazards or toxicity, I think most of the concern over that is widely exaggerated and overblown. And so anybody who's ever walked into a shop that does injection molding, oof, you're wafted in the face with the smell of molten styrene from all the ABS that they're shooting into those molds. So for decades now, I don't know, 60, 70 years, people have been injection molding ABS in injection mold shops all day, constantly. And, I don't know. Do they have health problems? I think by now we would know about it, right? So now that's maybe not exactly very good reasoning. But, yeah, anyways. A bit of a rant. Sorry for that. All right, let's take a look. Let's switch gears. We got the print going. We'll check in on this periodically throughout the night. I know that's really exciting. I'm pretty excited. I'm excited about building this telescope and getting these parts going. So yeah, we will check in on that. But we're gonna switch gears, and we're gonna look at getting the telescope up and running here. So let me pop up my remote desktop connection. Yeah, I mean, some people are just going to be. It definitely can be an odor, and that can be it can be generally unpleasant, and everybody's going to have a different, tolerance for something like that, right? So, that's just how it's going to be. And I realized that I probably did not. I did not. Let's see. I didn't take the lens caps off of my telescope, so I'm gonna have to do that. But I have to go out there to do, polar alignment and stuff, anyways. Headaches. I mean, that's one of those things that's like, is that what's giving you a headache, or just like, sometimes people get headaches, Why do I not? Oh, that might just not working. Trying to get my security cam feed up, because that's got the camera. There we go. Camera offline. It is not offline. There we go. All right, okay. All right, let me see if I can get that set up. Let's see, Google Home 5. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right, there's the telescope out there. Hey, that's I mean, exactly. That's what's most important, right? Yes. I totally understand and get that. And don't blame you for making a decision based on that, right? So let's see. I can kind of trying to adjust that like a little bit here. I might be moving stuff around here. All right, well, that's good enough, yeah. Let's see. Turn. Whoops. This one. That off. And, oh, yeah, okay. All right, that's cool. Let's see. Yeah, here. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. All right. Okay, so we're talking about setting up and using Nina in the process that I use to get the telescope up and running. Myth, yeah, 3D printing is great. Ah, nice, cool. There you go. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet background screen, isn't it? It's animated too, which I don't know if you can see that on the stream, but yeah. Anyways, okay, so this you're seeing right now is my remote desktop. So I have the mini PC on the telescope, and that's what a lot of people do. So this is a remote desktop into the mini PC, and I launch. First thing I do is I launch PhD. You actually don't have to do this. Nina will launch PhD for you, and you haven't looked into it. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, you'll check it out here, and then I think you'll wanna check it out. So you don't actually need to launch PhD. Nina will do that for you, but I like to do that and connect. Launch PhD. This is the guide camera software, in case you don't know, and connect to the equipment, which I already did. And at this point, I would start looping to see the camera, but I have the lens cap on. So let me go pop the lens cap off, and I'll be right back. You'll see me out there. All right. Frigidly cold outside tonight. It is a blustery 54 degrees out there. That is tragically cold. Who was our friend that was in Canada? It was minus 37 or whatever. He's like, oh, man, I'd be out there in friggin' tank top. Luzbot paid for itself in Bantanov mask. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. You built a onset board for your DOP. Yeah, right on. Okay, so now we can go back to remote desktop, and I'll click begin looping. Yeah, Gallo, I am in Southern California. Okay, so now I'm looping 2-second exposures, and you can see a star there. That is Polaris, because telescope's pointing at Polaris. So that's all I want to do is just make sure that now I know my guide scope is working. I don't want to start guiding or anything like that. So now I will launch Nina. Twice as warm. Yeah. Sorry to brag. Although we're going to have some more Santa Ana's and which is always, danger of more fires here soon. So, comes and goes. So I'm not going to go through all the configuration because I don't want to change settings, once you get it working. And getting the configuration to work in Nina, can be a thing. I recommend Patriot Astro on YouTube. Let me find his channel real quick. I'll post the link. This guy has a lot of really great Nina tutorials. So this is basically follow this guy's tutorials for setting up Nina. Yeah, that's yeah. So that link that I just posted, that's for Patriot Astro. So if you need help, you want to learn how to use features in Nina. There's a lot of features that I don't know how to use yet, and that I will need to know how to use if I start doing things with, like, you know, multiple filters and stuff. So since you're running the filter wheel, you'll want to be able to set that up, and your sequences will run differently. You'll probably want a different strategy for sequencing, doing you know, different multiple colored images. So yeah, when Nina first loads, at least the way I have it, it loads the equipment tab. So equipment, and so this is where, you know, all your equipment is to enable and disable your equipment. So you can just click the power button down here, and this will connect all devices. And you get little pop-up icons, which is unfortunately covered by the chat, but it just says that everything is connected and successfully connected. Cries and manual filter wheel. Oh, yeah, the manual filter wheel. So, okay, bro, Nina is so good, you can still do it. It can't now. It won't do it automatically, but what it will do, so I have that with the rotator. So I don't have and I'll show you how that works. So, you know, you can have an automatic, you know, powered rotator, right? But if you don't, what you do is you add the manual rotator, and this is like built into Nina. It's like a virtual rotator. So the sequencing will still work just as if there was an automatic rotator or an automatic filter wheel, but instead of, you know, automatically rotating or changing filters, it will pause and prompt you to go and manually make those changes. And that is so freaking cool that, you know, that they were smart enough to think to do that. So you still get all the, you know, software functionality, but you just, you know, just a little bit more hands-on, right? Yeah, so it's so sweet. So yeah, if you had a filter wheel, so I have no filter wheel, but yeah, so you could click down here and look, see, there's manual filter wheel. So I could just, you would just use the manual filter wheel. Yeah. Nope, it does that all. It's so smart. Yeah. Yeah, you'll see how good it is. You know, it'll take a little bit to figure out how to get set up, but like I said, watch Patriot Astro's things, and yeah, it's so good. Okay, so now everything is connected. I go to the mount tab. This is where you control the mount, and I need to unpark it, which this is. Let me hide the chat real quick. Yeah, so now you can see unpark. And, oh, it doesn't show the mouse cursor on the... Oh, there it goes. Yeah, okay, there it is. So the reason it says unpark, and unpark is an option, is because my last session ended with the telescope parked before I powered it off. So if I didn't do that, it would hopefully be at the home position. If not, I would manually slew it to the home position, and then you would set the tracking rate. But in this case, I hit unpark, and down the info area it said waiting for the mount to unpark. So it's unparked, and now I don't know if I need to set the tracking rate, but I always do. The sidereal tracking rate. Select that and click the button. So now let's see. Yeah, so my site latitude and longitude are already set. That's in the options down here. Yeah, so that's all set. So now I go to the imaging tab, and I have my imaging tab laid out for the hardware that I have and that I use. And so really what I look at here is the mount info. And if these boxes are hidden, you turn them on up here. And so this is like, you can customize this layout, right? Customizable layout. So mount right here. So it says tracking sidereal, and you look at the coordinates, and I can see the coordinates changing. So that I know the mount's tracking, or at least the software does think that the mount is tracking. So what I do is at this point, I go over to my imaging window. This is your manual imaging setup. And I just do a 2-second exposure to make sure that the camera's on and working and I get an image. And then from here, I have an image and now I can check the focus. Yeah, so... Yeah. Old curmudgeon. I had, well, I guess this was a few months ago now. My 12.5-inch Dob, looking at Andromeda from, Bortle 2 site up in the mountains, and could very clearly see the first main dust lane in Andromeda, and then faintly the second one. So it was a really good view. But yeah, normally you're going to see just the core, which is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, the Nina UI is like, maybe there's a little bit of adjusting to it, but and customizing this layout is a little bit funky the way you drag things around, and I'm not going to demonstrate that because it can be kind of weird to get things to go the way you want it, but it's here. So I've got my so I took a test image, a 2-second exposure, and I'm just checking to see if it looks like it's in focus, and I think it probably is. So at this point, I'm ready to do the 3-point polar alignment, which is a plugin to do my polar alignment. I find that in order for the image solver in the polar alignment, the image solver that the polar alignment script uses really needs to be it has to be like in focus, like perfectly in focus. So if the image solver in the 3-point polar alignment starts to fail, then I'll run the autofocus. But since it looks like it's close enough to in focus right now, then I'm not gonna run it. So let's see. You're in Bortle 6. Well, where I live, it's Bortle 9. So that I was like that. Got you. Where do you live, old curmudgeon? What part of the world? I think maybe you've told me before, but another little tip. I just got a little reminder from Windows. So Myth, definitely check your Windows settings. No, I don't use a Bahtinov mask because I got an autofocuser. So, autofocuser is super awesome. That's something that you definitely want. If you don't have it, you'll probably need a Bahtinov mask for focusing. But yeah, having autofocus is so cool. So you'll see that too. Okay, you have one, you just need to set it up. Yeah, it's another thing that's a little bit tricky to get the configuration right. Yeah, it's freaking really sweet. Friggin' sweet. Yeah. Gotcha. People complain about that autofocuser having excessive backlash, but so it just makes it a little bit trickier to get set up. So, watch the Patriot Astro video on it. You'll figure it out. So, okay, so, Southeast Tennessee. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. Well, I've seen your name pop up in on some comments and stuff. So I appreciate you being here for the live stream. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So let's run the 3-point polar alignment. For this to work, so you have to have image solvers set up. So I went back over to the options, and then to plate solving. So you have to set this stuff up, the plate solving. And so I have both a local plate solver. You'll need a local plate solver and and astrometry.net. Well, you may not need astrometry.net, but that's good to have for blind solving. Yes, ASTAP. That sounds familiar. Yeah, I saw your comments. Yeah, curmudgeon. So, appreciate you being here on the live stream. So yeah, I have that set up. So you have that set up, but you'll also want to get an astrometry.net account. You just need to sign up for an account. You get the API key. It's free. You put it in. So you'll want both of them. So you have a plate solver and a blind solver. So these have to be set up, separately in advance. It's a little bit, kind of a thing to, like I wish we would kind of just do that. But so you have to like download another application and stuff. It's a little bit tricky, but there's tutorials, so it's not too bad. So okay, we're ready for the 3-point polar alignment. So I click that tool, and the way I have my layout here, it covers up the image preview, but that's fine because you don't really need the image preview here right now. And so the only thing I do differently, I have direction east set to on. So what it does is it takes an image and then it slews, and then it takes an image, solves, then slews a little bit, takes another image, solves, and slews another little bit. So I have it set direction east to on so that it goes east instead of west. And the reason I do that is because I have trees to the west. So so I go east so that I'm not going to be looking at the trees. And then I tell it to start from current position. I put that on because otherwise it's going to slew too far, and there's other obstructions like the roof line and stuff. So that's what I do for me. Hey, what's up, Stan? Yeah, Queef has some good videos too. Yeah. So yeah, there's plenty of resources, tutorials for this. Kind of just showing how I use it. And so anyways, so now I'm ready to go, and this is all set. I just hit start, and it takes an image, and it's already got it, and now it's already moving. Like it's so quick, it's already moving to the next point. Now it's settling, capturing the image, solving, done, moving to the last point, settling, solving. Boom, there we go. So my altitude is already super close, which it should be, and azimuth's off by 14 arc minutes, which is not too bad. So now I have to go outside, and unfortunately I have to have my tablet out there so I can see the screen. So you're not going to be able to see this while I do it, unfortunately, which sucks. I was trying to figure out a way that I could get the display to come through, but I couldn't come up with a solution for that. So let me do this. So basically, you move it the way it tells you. It says move the mount right or east and move it up. And you move it a little bit and then wait 2 seconds for it to take an image and solve and update. And then you'll see these numbers change. So you just kind of slowly iterate and dial it in. And I usually aim for a total error. And by usually, I mean, how do you see anything in a 9 sky? Well, it sees stars. So, and the answer is filters. So, so I aim for a total error of under 30 arc seconds. I can always get it to around 30 or less arc seconds of total error. So let me pop outside. I'll grab my headset mic. And then I gotta switch this. Let's see, should be this mic. Yeah, you guys should have me now. So yeah, okay. Let me get the tablet. So I have my tablet here, and I bring up the security camera feed, so you'll see me out there making the adjustments. Okay, I'll be outside. And try not to trip over your cables. And this may be intuitively obvious, it sort of is to me, but in case it's not, I have pre-marked on my balcony out here the locations of my tripod feet. So I always put the tripod in as close to the same position as I can every time. So what I do is I start with whichever has more error. And in this case, now it's telling me the altitude error is only 1 arc second, which is crazy small. So
So I'm just going to adjust the azimuth. So it started at 14 minutes. Now it's down to 13, so I'll make a little adjustment. And then hands off, wait for it to solve an update. I'm at 10 minutes. So another little turn, 7 minutes. It's real easy to like overshoot it, especially as you get close. You're like, oh, and then you turn it a lot, and then you end up going like way in the opposite direction. So yeah, it's best to be just kind of patient with it here. Now I'm at 1 minute, 50 seconds. Now I've got 1 second, 1 arc second in azimuth, but now my altitude error is showing 33 arc seconds. So I'm just going to call that good. Honestly, that's good enough. And yeah, it's definitely the type of thing that, you know, you get it like close, and then I just hit stop and I'm done. So now I'm polar aligned. And then I come back inside to get out of the frigid Southern California winters. So yeah. Altitude adjusted with your weight on the balcony. Well, you're not wrong. Because my balcony is
Let's see. There. Okay. Because my balcony definitely is kind of soft and flexy. Yes. The balcony is definitely wobbly. Like if I walk out there and I don't have like, you know, I don't walk out there like a cat, it'll definitely wobble. Oh, there we go. Oh, you have to hit the OK button, not the cancel button. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Yes. All right. Anyways, I was agreeing with you about the balcony potentially sagging, if that's not what you heard. So I think we got it fixed, Mark, but thank you. The chat delay, I think, right? So, all right. So, okay. So now I'm polar aligned and ready to rock. So, at this point, I could go to sequencer and load up a sequence if I already had a sequence, but we'll start a new one. So we'll do the Sky Atlas. And you want to, this is something separate, Myth, you're definitely going to want to set up, especially if you're going to be imaging out in the desert where you don't have, internet. Those 3 frames weren't very far apart from the 3-star. Yeah. It's good enough. I just run the thing and it works. So, all I can say is it's good enough for me. It just runs automatically. Yeah, they weren't very far apart. Yeah. So perhaps when I start imaging at a much narrower field of view and things need to be more accurate, then yeah. Okay, so I was saying you want to set up the offline, you want to get the offline sky map. And I can't remember off the top of my head how you get this, but you need to download the offline sky map. So it's like I think it's probably like a 5 gig download or something, right? So that you can look up images and targets without the internet. What is up, Magistrix? Thanks for being here. Good evening. Okay, so we're gonna shoot. So I'll go to Sky Atlas, and first thing is actually go to framing, and I set my image source to offline sky map. I actually like the offline sky map better than the internet one. Sky Atlas, and we'll shoot the California Nebula. And this search is pretty robust. So I just searched for California, and there it is. And then over here, you could just hit this button to slew to it, but I'm going to set it to the framing assistant. So now it automatically takes you to the next tab over here, the framing tab. And so the images, these can be kind of slow to pop in. You can see, of course, it loaded these tiles over here. There we go. Takes a little bit of a second to roll in there. Two different tabs, Myth. So we started on the the Sky Atlas tab. And you Sky Atlas tab, you search for your target, and then search results are here. And then you hit set for framing assistant, and then it automatically takes you to the framing tab. Stan, yes, thank you, Stan. So yeah, Stan says it's on the offline sky map is on the Nina site, and it's a 3.3 gig download. So definitely you want that to have. And I like the offline sky map better than the online one. I think it actually works better, although sometimes it takes a second to load. There we go. So you can zoom in and out on here. And so I already have my camera, image sensor and optics set up, so it knows my field of view. That's what the white box is, right? So now what I want to do is so I'm just picking what I want, how I want my framing on the target. And so I kind of like this diagonal framing, but I'm going to demonstrate the rotation. So if I want to rotate, I come over here and I can just drag this slider to rotate, right? So let's do like that. And just kind of get it, get your framing the way you want it. Now this is such a cool piece of software. This is so dope because look, if you wanted to do a mosaic, it's built right in here under targets, horizontal and vertical panels. You just click plus on these, and now look, it automatically like frames up the amount of overlap. Like you tell it how much overlap. It's at 20%, and it automatically frames up mosaics for you. That is so cool. Like it's so easy to do this with this software. So I can't like sing the praises of how great this software is enough. So, and it's free and open source software. Yeah, it's so cool, man. It's so cool. Okay. So now, another thing it shows you down here where the target is in the sky. And so this is like the perfect target to shoot now because it's already high in the sky and it's going to be like directly overhead at zenith, the good part of the sky. So I have like many, many hours to shoot it. We're going to be limited by clouds tonight more than anything else. The green line down here is my custom horizon file that I've set up. So that's why it's jaggedy, because there's like a tree there, and then a gap, and then a tree, and then the roof. So I can see that the target is going to be above my artificial horizon until about midnight. Target scheduler. What's up, Stan? How are you? I don't think I know about the target scheduler. That is intriguing to me. So, okay. So I got it the way I want it, and so now, so I could slew to the target right now. But what I'll do is I'll just make a sequence with this. So I go add target to sequence, and it pops up a little pop-up, and then I go sequencer, and then basic sequencer target, and so now it takes me to the sequence tab, and so it's got my target. It names it, and you can change the name here if you want to call it something different. And then we've got so it's got the coordinates, and then the rotation, right? The rotation in there. So now there's like I'm barely scratching the surface of what's possible with the sequence here. There's so much stuff you can do. So I'm just going to show you what I do. Allows you to plan your images for the year. Picks the best target on any given night. Oh, that sounds really cool. Is that built in, Stan, or is that like a plugin? Yes, old curmudgeon. It does support ASCOM drivers. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So my mount is running OnStep, and then the OnStep ASCOM drivers to connect Nina to the mount, right? So the ASCOM drivers are running in the background here. Okay, so we're in the it's a plugin. Cool. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, there's so many great plugins for Nina. Like, there's so much this thing can do. I'm barely scratching the surface. Okay, so this is like the default template for this a target sequence. What I'm going to do is it's got these annotations, which are just tell you how it works. I don't want to see them, so I'm just going to click the trash can to delete because I don't need them. Diego from Colombia. Hi, welcome. How are you? How are you this evening? Hope everything is great down in your neck of the woods. Okay, so you can see, so the basic instructions, it's going to slew, center, and rotate. And then, then it's going to run the autofocus. And then it's going to start guiding. Once it's done that, now it has triggers, so it's going to meridian flip when it needs to. And then, this is the really cool function, the autofocus. So default is autofocus after HFR increase, sample size 10, amount 5%. I'll just leave it at default. You can be more or less aggressive with this if you want. So what this means is it's going to look at your last 10 images, and if it sees that the HFR is increased by 5% or more, then it'll trigger it to run autofocus. And then there's another thing here that says autofocus after filter change. So if you're running multiple filters, you may need to do this unless you have filter offsets set up. So that's like a thing. But notice it has this exclamation point here. That's because I don't have a filter wheel connected because I'm not using it. So I just delete that, and I don't need that. Now we get down to the actual imaging, and there's instructions that I don't need to see. Dither. You definitely want a dither. Default is 3. That works fine for my images. So you definitely want a dither. That's very much necessary. If you don't know what dithering is, basically it just shifts the image a little bit, a few pixels this way, a few pixels that way. That avoids, that randomizes the noise, so you don't get. Without that, you'll get patterns in the noise, and that makes it much more difficult to remove in processing. So dithering is absolutely necessary. Definitely want to dither. Okay, so loop conditions. So this is how many, the default says it's going to loop for 20 iterations. So it's like take 20 exposures, right? I don't do that. What I like to do it based on time. So let me hide the chat real quick. Here's your instructions set on the right side over here, right? And so these are all the different types of things it can do. And you can search. So I'm just going to search loop. So I search loop, and you just drag and drop them. It's like a drag and drop programming kind of thing. So I just say loop until time. And then I scroll up here and use a little chart to look and see where it's going to be above my horizon. And I can see it's going to be midnight. So I'll just set it to midnight for now, which would be 0. So loop until time 0. Actually, I'm gonna set that to be 23:55. Actually, just a little bit before midnight. And so now you see it says over here it says remaining, and so now it basically means this loop is gonna run for 5 hours and 17 minutes. So we're going to have clouds roll in before that, so maybe we'll play with this. So you can change this while it's running, too. That's another thing that's cool. So, and then I'll delete the loop for 20 iterations, because I don't want to do the math on how many. I just want to shoot it for as much time as I can. It's also possible to use loop while altitude is above horizon. Is another loop condition you can set up. And since I have this custom horizon file, then you don't even have to think about time. It'll just see when the object is going to cross that horizon, your artificial horizon, and then it'll trigger it to to do the next thing, move on to the next thing, or to stop looping in this case. The reason I don't use that is because my horizon file is not perfectly accurate. I need to kind of work on that. So I just kind of guesstimate like it's going to be about midnight. So we'll set it to 5 minutes before midnight. Then next down here is the instructions. And the first thing says switch filter. I'm not using a filter wheel, so I delete that. And then take exposure. So 300 seconds, that's 5 minutes. I'll do that. Then underneath here is an annotation telling you about smart exposure. And smart exposure allows you to sort of simplify this whole thing. I don't use that. That could maybe make things more simple, but I kind of like seeing each individual step. So you can set up a whole bunch of targets, and now you can minimize that. And we'll maybe come back here and add more targets. But I want to show you one other thing in the sequence end area. So I may have my sequence. I may have like 3 or 4 different targets for the night, right? And I can show you some other kind of strategies that I have for working with that after we get this running. But then at the end of the night, what I want to do is I want to tell it to park the telescope. And my park position is the home position. So this is really important. You want it to park the scope when it's done, because you go to bed, right? And then if it finishes imaging at 3 in the morning or something, then it could be pointed up towards the sky. And then while you're sleeping, the sun comes up, or birds fly over and they shit on your objective or down on your tube or whatever. So you wanted the telescope to park when it's finished. So, or return to home or whatever. But the park position on my telescope is home. And then there's another plugin, which a utility called Shutdown PC. This is a plugin, and I'll add that. So now when it's finished, it's going to park the telescope, and then it's going to shut down the mini PC. When I'm at home, I don't use this. But if you're out camping in the desert, you're running on battery power. Tell it to park the scope and shut the PC down, so you are, so you're not wasting battery, right? So that's a good little thing to have there too. That's up in the plugins menu, something to install. So, where should I go to learn how to make a motorized mount for a telescope? Yeah, that's a good question, Gallo. Where would you go to do that? There's not really like a guide somewhere. I've got some videos on my channel. It doesn't really show you how, but you can start to get some insights. The Cloudy Nights forums, there may be some info there. Yeah, yeah, how did I can direct you to some resources. This would be a good discussion in the Discord, Gallo. So if you're interested in that, maybe make a post in the Discord, and that'll then I can, after the stream sometime, yeah. So we can look at that. Okay, so my sequence for now is set up. We're gonna come back so you can make changes to this while it's running, which is super cool. And maybe we'll add another target or something so we can, see it slew around and change targets. And there's another little strategy that I have that I want to share that I use with the camera rotation. So when I'm ready, I just hit the play button down here, which is kind of under the chat. So it brings up the slew, center, and rotate box, and I can go over to the imaging tab. And so right now it's slewing the telescope, and so we should be able to see that on the security camera. So you can see it slewing around there. And while it's doing that, I'm actually going to pop up and poke my head in the 3D printer and check on that. Cool. Yeah. I think Gallo, that's a good discussion to have on the Discord because there isn't really like going to be any like one guide. But that'll kind of refresh me to to share some of the resources that I've found, and just like general discussion because there's definitely not like a one way to do that, right? Yeah, OnStep is the software, and that's pretty much the only software. So you will probably have to use OnStep, and that can be a whole thing too. So. Okay, so the telescope has slewed, and now it's telling me to rotate. It says camera rotation required, and so it tells me I'm going to need to rotate 82.72 degrees anti-clockwise to get the angle that I wanted for the framing. So now if I had an automatic rotator, it would just do this, but this is the manual rotator, right? So so basically this works just like the way this works is I'm going to manually turn the camera, and I have to actually rotate the whole camera and lens, and then you click OK, and then it takes a picture and it solves, and then it tells you like, oh, you need to go like 5 more degrees, so you need to iterate on it. So unfortunately, again, so now I have to go outside to do that, and I can't show you that, or I can't show you the screen, but you'll see me on the security camera. So let me pop on the headset mic. I gotta put my astronomy Jedi hood on. All right, I gotta change this mic over to that mic. Okay, you should have me on the other mic now. That looks like it is coming through. And then I get my tablet PC out here, and I'll bring up the camera so you can see me out there working on that. Okay, I will be outside. And I need my I need a hex wrench, hex key, hex driver actually. Where is that? Oh man, where did I put that? There it is. Okay, I usually put it in the same spot, but sometimes it's hard to find. I haven't put like thumb screws on this rig yet to be able to rotate it. That would be nice to have, I guess, but it's not really that necessary. Okay, try not to trip on your cords. Say what's up to everybody in the... Here's Dave in the infrared. Okay, so one thing that I have to do with my rig is I have to remove my focuser, which is kind of lame, but I do have to take the focuser off. And because if I don't, when I rotate the camera and the lens, then it'll totally change the focus, because the focuser will hold the focus ring in place. Okay, 82 degrees anti-clockwise. So, yeah, so this thing is basically, yeah, almost, so that's almost 90 degrees, right? Look at me, I'm good at estimating things. So I rotate it, and then I click the OK button. Now it's taking a picture. It'll do an image exposing for 2 seconds and solving. And I overshot it by 20 degrees. So I come back, just like 20-ish degrees, and then hit OK again. So it's exposing. And, oh, I'm off by 45 degrees. That's kind of weird. What is going on? 45 degrees. That's weird. I noticed that on my setup. Okay, so weird. Now it gets confused, I think, about the orientation of the camera. So like the clockwise and like anti-clockwise is it's like reversed. So yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. And I changed some things, and now it's being kind of a little bit more weird. So you just kind of got to get it. Kind of got to play with it to get it close here. Yeah, okay, now I'm 10 degrees. It says anti-clockwise, which actually I think it ends up being
anti-clockwise for me. It's like the image is reversed, so the rotation is reversed. Okay, 4 degrees anti-clockwise, so getting close here. And you can set the like rotation angle tolerance in the settings. Okay, there we go. I got it. Okay, and now I need to tighten it back down. And so it's going to so it's going to take another image and solve it. And since I'm touching and mounting stuff to it, then it's going to be the image that it takes to do the solution is going to be totally blurred. And if it can't solve that, what you can do is you can just stop the sequence and restart it. And then you'll have the rotation right. You know, it'll go through the solving procedure again, and then you'll be good to go, right? So, yeah, okay. Oh, drop that. All right. Let's see. Okie dokie. All right, now we'll change mics back.
Okay, now you should have me back on the better mic. Make sure that's still working. Yep, okay. I don't have the problem like last time. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so now we have rotated, and it should be solving. Let me get the remote desktop back up. Reconnecting here. And yeah, so it finished the solution, so it's happy where it is, and now it's running the autofocus routine. So that it's captured its first autofocus image. So we just let this do its thing. Yeah, the image solving and autofocusing is really, for me, it's totally new for me. The headset is a bit louder. Yeah, sorry about that. The headset's probably too loud. The levels that I'm seeing on here for the mic are really good. So, on this mic, so these are probably good levels. So hopefully, yeah. So adjust your volume for this mic level, and then if I go use that mic again, the headset mic, then I'll try to normalize it. So I can turn this up a little bit. I think. Oh, that's down. There we go. Maybe that's a little better. It's in the yellow. Oh, now I'm hitting the red. That's way too loud. Yeah. Okay. This mic has a little volume adjuster knob on the bottom of it. So, like, yeah. Probably better to be too quiet than too loud, because you can always turn the volume up. But if this is picking it up too loud, then it'll be peaking and sound scratchy and awful. Yeah. You do, huh, Scott? Wow. Good for you. This is my first time streaming today. How long are your exposures? Oh, your first time steaming? Did you do a not a hot tub stream, but a sauna stream? How long are your exposures? I'm doing 4-second exposures for my autofocus routine. All the other image solution stuff is a 2-second exposure, and this is the autofocus is doing 4-second exposures. I think you can change that. I'm pretty sure you can set that to whatever you want. Why I have 2 and 4 seconds, I can't really tell you. I know for doing the polar alignment, you want to do faster exposures, because otherwise, every time you make an adjustment, the longer the exposures, the longer you're waiting to get feedback, right? So, okay, autofocus has finished. It's happy with where it is, and now it is starting to guide. It says down here on my info bar. So now it's starting. So now it starts up PhD, and PhD starts guiding. And intriguing that right off the bat I'm getting some massive errors in the auto guiding. But hopefully that settles out. And now it's exposing. Down here on the title bar, which is hidden by my overlay. Let me hide that real quick. So down here is the info bar where it says imaging and exposing. My guiding is looking really horrible right now. I don't know why that is. Usually that just works right away. Oh yeah, I'm doing 5-minute exposures. Yeah. No, there's no wind. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to not be good. Why is... I played with... probably because I played with settings over here and screwed something up. Yeah, what's going on? That's... yeah, I did some... it should be calibrated, Stan. I did some... I did some like further testing and adjustment to get my guiding to work better, and now it's and I got it improved. I got it better, and now it's clearly just really all over the place. And I noticed that it just gave me the star lost error. So I'm wondering if there's clouds or something. I mean, I can still see this is that bright star that's next to the California Nebula. I don't know what the name of that star is. And in the quick exposure here, the 2-second unguided exposure that it took, or the 4-second exposure, this looks fine. So we might have to troubleshoot PhD a little bit here. Let me just stick my head outside real quick. Yeah, it's giving me a guiding errors here, like it's lost the star. It looks like it's not doing multi-star guiding. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to stop this. Yeah, so, okay. So, the stop button behind the chat over here. I'm just going to stop this because this is looking really awful. And I think what's happening is PhD is not doing multi-star guiding for some reason. So I'm going to stop guiding and check my PhD setting. And let's see. Where is that? There's a checkbox somewhere for... yeah, maybe. Thank you for the follow, Ishio. Thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here. Yeah, maybe need to. Let's see. There's a setting. Use multiple stars. Yeah, let me just. So I can run PhD here and, okay, now it's definitely picking a bunch of stars. So I'm just going to start guiding and, we'll just let PhD guide here and look at the graph, for a second and see if it's still doing the same thing. Yeah, turn it off and back on again. Well, I just stopped it and restarted it, and now it's clearly, because before it was picking just one star, and now so it wasn't doing multi-star guiding, so now it is. And so we'll see. Just let it go for a second here. I think it's back to normal. Yeah, that's it. I've never seen it do that before. For some reason, it didn't start doing multi-star guiding automatically. Yeah. Yeah, and the total error is showing me 1.28 arc seconds, which is where I was at last time. So. Yeah. Okay, so myth. Yeah, this is a good learning exercise. Okay, so it seems to be working. I'm going to stop guiding, and I'm going to go back to Nina. And now you see the ugly graph. If you click the, let me hide the chat again. There is under the guider bar down the guider window, you click the little gear icon, and that gives you the settings, and you can click clear. And then you click the settings thing, and that goes away. So, okay, so now stopping and restarting the sequence. So check this out. So I can go back to my sequencer, and so notice there's little check marks next to these things in the sequencer. So slew, center, and rotate, and start guiding. So this means these things are done. If you want to restart them, you click this thing, and it resets the state. So if I reset it, it'll do the whole thing again. It'll re-slew and center and plate solve and stuff, which I don't need to do because I know it's already there. All I need to do is reset the start guiding. I know it's focused. I know it's centered. So I can just hit start, and so now it just starts guiding. So this way I don't have to redo the autofocus. I know it just did it. I know it's autofocused, so it'll start guiding. And let me go over to okay. So I go over to PhD. It's doing multi-star guiding. That looks right, and it waits a second for the guide to settle. Yeah, why the heck it did that? That's the first time I've ever seen it do that. So okay. Yeah. If you're used to the 3D printing mindset of problem solving, then you'll fit right in with astrophotography. The main thing is if you're like me, I think the way what we talked about, what you're planning on doing, where you want to go, you want to travel, you want to take your gear camping, out into the mountains or the desert for a dark sky site. Thing is, like, you want to have your shit together at home, right? Where you have air conditioning, in the summertime where you have air conditioning, and where you have heating in the wintertime, and you have internet, and you have your tools and stuff. So, like, you want to get your shit absolutely dialed at home. So when you go out into the desert, you are 100% prepared. That includes running your rig on the batteries, right? At home, you don't need batteries because you just plug it in, you got power, right? But out in the field, you don't have that. So the reason you want to do that is because you want to make sure you're going to have enough power. Sometimes you can have weird power issues. And I'm glad I did that myself because I ran into some weird powered issues, with things like cables not supplying enough current or the connector falling out halfway through. So you want to do like a full dress rehearsal at home, before you go out in the field. So, Jammin', what's up, brother? How are you? Good trick for PhD to calibration. Use a star near the meridian to calibrate. Yes, I have done that. So PhD 2 is using it's using previous calibration data. The main problem is I do not have a view of the meridian from my balcony because there is a tree there. So I can't get very close to it. So my calibration is maybe not that great. But the error that I'm seeing right now, 1.62 arc seconds, is in the range of what I'm used to seeing. I was able to get it to improve it a little bit to like 1.3, but that's where we're at. It's definitely good enough for what I'm doing right now to get 5-minute exposures with really round stars. So we'll just so that's what we're doing. We're halfway through the first exposure, and we'll see this one come through. And then I have another little trick I want to share. So we've got 2 minutes for that exposure. I'm gonna go take a restroom break and get some more water. So I'll run a Twitch ad while I do that, and I will BRB. All right, 20 seconds left on the first image of the night. Very exciting time, very exciting time. And, actually, we were 20 seconds into it. There we go. Look at that. There's the California Nebula. A cool target. Perfect target for my location and the filters that I'm using. So, wow, you were guiding 0.5 to 0.8 total. Right on, Stan. Sound, are you not hearing me? I have, okay, got it. You get whichever gal. It hasn't been super organized in there. Probably just general if it doesn't really fit in with any of the other channels. So that's it. So you were guiding 0.5 to 0.8 total. What other guide gear were you using, Stan? I think I'm gonna need, with my new telescope, yeah, it's sick, isn't it? I'll give you a bigger image in a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need to improve my guiding for my new telescope because it's gonna be more challenging. So, yeah. So let's get the. Let me bring up the. Let's take a look at the image here. Where is that? That would be on this drive. So now I have a network share set up on my mini PC, and then I can see the. So then I can load the individual subs on the main machine, right? Let's see. That would be. I need to hide that one, and there we go. EQ 6R Pro. Yeah, okay. Right on. Okay. So there's a 5-minute sub. Looks pretty nice. Not really too bad on the gradient. This is with the Optilong L Enhance filter. And decent amount of red in there. So I could set up live stacking, but I think we'll just keep it a little bit simpler. Yeah. Oh wow. So so you're getting way better guiding than me. My understanding is that under 1 arc second is considered really good for guiding. So I don't know if maybe I'm just not. Maybe I need to try calibrating a bit more. Maybe I'm just at the limit of what the mount that I have is able to do. Yeah, I'm not sure. So maybe another night we'll spend on Nina, on PhD guiding and trying some things and calibrating and tuning. What I have right now absolutely works with the images that I'm taking, the image scale that I'm working at. But with my new bigger, longer focal length telescope, I may need something better. And it actually just improved. Now I'm at 1.12 arc seconds of total error. That's the best I've ever seen. 1.13. Oh, I spoke too soon. And I know it's a function of like the seeing, right? So the other night when I was experimenting with it, it was maybe not a good night of seeing. What is up, MJ? MJ Miratone. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. Good guiding. Okay, so I want to show another strategy that I have, which I probably won't be able to implement tonight because of the clouds. Okay, so now that it's got the second image, now my HFR history graph comes in here. And so the green line is HFR, right, the size of your stars. So that's looking at the focus. and then the yellow line is the number of stars that's detected. So it can be a little bit kind of weird. And so right now we just have 2 data points because we've only shot 2 exposures. But throughout the night, this will start to turn into a jaggedy plot. Plot. So. Oh, bummer. Yeah, that is a bummer, old curmudgeon. Yeah, both on the freezing and the work. So. Okay, so strategy that I have. So let's say I want to do another target, and I want to go to bed. Chai Latte Nebula, hello. Thank you for following. Glad to have you here. Getting a lot of new people showing up tonight. That's really great. Thank you guys for being here. We have a Discord server. Always want to make sure I mention the Discord server. We do astrophotography, astronomy, 3D printing, CAD design. If you haven't seen my previous 5 streams, we've been working on a 3D printed telescope that hopefully will be imaging again. Yes, Gallo. So right side over here, it is detected in the second image. It detected 1,415 stars in the image. And the average size, around 1.823 HFR, which is about normally what I see with this this filter and optics. So the number of stars it detects will change throughout the night. Like as an object is setting, especially in the light pollution, where there's always going to be more. Sky glow lower on the horizon, the number of stars detected will go down because of the light pollution. The sky glow will block out the light from the more dim stars. So it's normal to see that decrease as an object. So you'll see the number of stars detected increase as the object is going up in the sky, and then as it's coming down in the sky, that will decrease. But is that actual stars? It is it's what it thinks are stars. So it's little point sources of light which it's able to measure. I don't know how it's actually doing that. That's a good question. That's a good question. It's not anything that reflects light, because it knows the difference between, something that looks like a star and, nebulosity or something. So, yeah. Oh, Stan. Freaking showing off. Holy moly. Is that the Monkey Head Nebula? A 10-minute sub. Maybe we should try that with mine. I've pushed mine to 8 minutes. I don't know what I don't know what the max is. Look at that. That looks like that's probably is that a dual narrowband one-shot color? I'm guessing looks similar to mine. So, is that what filter is that? Okay, so there's my telescope. I keep kind of derailing myself here. Okay, so my strategy. All right, I want to talk about this. So let's say I want to image something else. I go back to my sequencer, and I'm going to shoot this thing until midnight, right? But I want to go to bed. L Extreme, yeah. So I want to go to bed before midnight. I usually I'm usually in bed like 10 o'clock. Well, 10 to 11 these days, but I should go to bed earlier. Star Traveler, what's up? How are you? Glad you are here. Let's pick another target. Hey, Chilatin Nebula. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the follow. Did I say that right? Oh, you already... Oh, sorry. You followed me 4 minutes ago. The way I have my overlays set up, it gives me a double notification for that. Chai Latte Nebula. But thank you for the follow again, regardless. So let me bring up Stellarium here. And we want to take a look at we need to pick a target, and it kind of doesn't matter, but because I can't shoot it anyways. But what is my setup here? I'll show you in a minute. I will show you in a second. So I'm showing you my strategy for multiple targets for the night, and I gotta change some settings here. That thing. Okay, so the red line here in Stellarium is my artificial horizon. Okay, so I'm shooting the California Nebula right now, and we're gonna shoot that until 23, a little bit after that. So let's go to the Rosette Nebula after that, which I won't be able to do in reality, but we're doing a hypothetical here. So, okay, back to Nina. Okay. So we will go to the Sky Atlas, and we can just search for Rosette. And Rosette Nebula, so it shows up in a couple of different catalogs, but they're the same thing. And I'll say set for framing assistant, and it brings up in the framing window. So now the trick is I want to go to bed before midnight, but so what I need to do is I need to match the rotation because I'm using the manual rotator. I need to match the rotation angle. So I can go back to my sequencer and see I'm at 25 degrees California Nebula. So my framing, I just set this to 25 degrees and hit tab or just click off of it, and it'll set that rotation. So if I wanted to frame this in a different, if I wanted different framing than this, I would have to get up in the middle of the night and go change it, and manually adjust it. So some nights I'll do that. Like if I really want to get the image, like I'll literally set the alarm and get up and go do that. But ideally I don't have to, right? So that's what I do. So I've got my rotation angle, and now I'll say add that to the basic sequence. And now that has added, you can see Rosette B. I'm not sure why it says Rosette B, but my Rosette Nebula is there, and it's got the coordinates and the rotation angle. So now I can go through that whole process I did before with shooting the California Nebula on the Rosette here. So I'm going to delete the filter change setting because I don't have that. I'm not going to switch filter, and I don't need that stuff. And I'm going to go search for a loop, and I'm going to say loop until time. And so the time is, so I could shoot this until about 1:40. So I can say 1 and 40 and make sure I delete the loop for iterations. Your framing tab doesn't look like mine. So under framing tab, under image source, you need to set this to offline sky map. There's a bunch of different image sources. The default, I think, is the HIPS 2 FITS sky survey. You need to set that to offline sky map. Oh, and there's one other thing I want to show you too. That you can do to set up your sequences. And I delete that smart exposure. So now you can see it's added the Rosette Nebula in there. So it's going to execute all of California Nebula first, and that's going to shoot until 23:55, so 11:55. Then it's going to move on to the next target. So then it'll go to Rosette Nebula, it'll slew center rotate, and run the autofocus, and then start the guiding, and it'll shoot until 1:40. So, oh, okay, yeah, next thing I want to show is, okay, check this out. So let's say I want to pick up where I left off on a previous night. I want to add data to a target that I've started on. I want more data. You need to match the framing as much as possible, right? You need to like ideally you get the exact same framing and rotation and stuff, right? So what you can do is go to your framing, the framing tab, and under image source, change it to file, and then hit load image. And so now I can navigate to my my directory where I save all my. So here's all my image sessions, and I need to actually look this up. 1 second. So it's by date. So I need to look up. Let's see. So this was the we'll do the Christmas tree cluster. December 1st, 24. So let's see. We'll look for 12/1. That was the last time I shot that. And in here, and this is LDN 1613 is the catalog of the star cluster. So, but that's fine. So I hit open, and so you can select which solver to use. I don't think it matters, so we'll just try the regular plate solve. Sometimes this fails, but this looks like it did work. Yeah, so it's not so sometimes this doesn't like load the background image or whatever, but I can see that I'm there because Christmas tree cluster is there. And it has the rotation angle set, right? 130. I had this at 132. So now I can add this to my sequence. So I'll add it to the basic image sequencer, and then and so there you go. If you want to save them, just click the little save icon. Are you talking about over here on the sequence over here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's a few ways of accomplishing that. But this is yeah. So what Stan's saying, I haven't used this feature, Stan. So thank you. Yeah. So what does that do if I? Oh, I already have a template. Oh yeah. Okay. So I have these templates. I guess I just haven't been using them. Yeah. So what I just showed you was a cool way of. I mean, this could technically work, I suppose, with any image, because any image that you can get a solution for, that the image solver can find a solution for. So even if it was shot with, somebody else's rig or whatever, what Stan's showing here, this is probably a better way of saving this, so you can recall it later. But if you don't do that, if you forget to do that, you can still just load your image into the framing wizard like this, and then add it to the sequencer, and so then then you can set that all up like that. So, oh, look at that! I've never even seen that over here. Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess I did. Oh, yeah, okay. I have saved some targets over here. Yeah, so you can have templates and the targets list, and so then you can just drag these over here, like that, right? Yeah, look at that. So cool. Awesome. Thanks, Stan. I knew I was going to teach some people stuff, and then people were going to teach me stuff, which is what's so cool about streaming like this, is you get somebody with more experience like Stan comes in here, and you learn stuff. Well, thank you. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay, so you can have, yeah, there's a couple of different features in here. The white icon, save the current target and all of its content for reusage. Yeah, okay, so that's like your full setting. Oh, there it goes. Oh, now it shows up under targets. Yeah, got it. Yeah, that should be like a target icon, not a... Oh, I think that's the same I think this is the same icon as the imaging icon, which is like a white circle with a little constellation in it. But it's so small you can barely make out the constellation. So it just looks like a white dot, a white ball. So, but in any case, yeah. So we got several images now. And what are we at here? We're at 5. And my HFR range, this might look kind of jaggedy, but the range is like from about maybe 0.8, like 0.81 and 0.83. So my range is like 0.02, which is, so yeah, it's yeah, if it's a good trend. And my guiding is even better now, 1.09 arc seconds. So that's cool to see. All right, let's check in. We'll just let this run in the background, and let's. There's a telescope running. Let's check in on my my 3D print. It has transitioned to doing infill. It's finished all the bottom layers. And the webcam on this thing is rather poor quality. I'm gonna pop up and go kind of stick my head in there and just get a look. See how that's going. Oh, right on. Yes, Stan, I have both PixInsight and SharpCap Pro. Are you getting on about doing like live stacking? We could do a live stack of it. Print looking good. Yeah, let's throw up a live stack. I will do that. I'm going to do that on the mini PC, though, because I'm going to want to use PixInsight. Yeah, I'm going to use PixInsight on my... Will SharpCap Pro do a live stack of like a folder? So you can set like a watch folder to do the live stacking? That's not something I've done. I've used PixInsight and the Easy Processing Suite plugin for that. So that's what we'll set that up right now. Yes, cool. Okay. I don't really like SharpCap. There's a lot of features in SharpCap that are not very intuitive to me, and I've not had much success with some of the tools in SharpCap. But I was using it last night to capture pictures of Mars, which I'm going to transition to processing. Camera's folder monitor. Got it. I don't have SharpCap on the mini. Oh wait, no, I do have SharpCap on the mini PC. All right, let's try it. Why not? Try something new. Why not? Do I have SharpCap Pro? I should have SharpCap Pro on here. Cameras folder monitor camera. Cool. Oh, I don't have... I thought I had... I definitely have a Pro license. Alright, hold on. I have to log into my... I have to log into my Gmail. And I don't want to stream my... I don't want to dox myself with Gmail. Oh shoot, bummer. Well, you just print another one. Can I copy and paste in the remote desktop? I can. Look at that. Invalid bad signature. Oh, you have to paste all this freaking thing? Oh, you have to paste the whole... You have to paste this whole long thing in here. There we go. Okay, valid. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere here. Okay, so, whoops, not that one. We were looking at, so, process frames? That just goes through there. Okay. Live stack? Yeah. All right. I don't like this. I already don't like it. All right. Maybe we'll play with that another time off stream. I know how to do it in Pics and Sight with the Easy Processing Suite, so we'll load Pics and Sight for that. And we do script, Easy Processing Suite, Easy Live Stack. This is easy to use. You just click that, images, color, and then you just hit start watching folder. Like that's actually easy to do. And there we go. So it's starting the live stack. And it takes a little while because this is a slow, not a very fast computer. This is not something I would do out in the field, right? Out on like a camping trip. Because I wouldn't want to... Cool. Yeah, I'll play with SharpCap. I mean, I bought the Pro license, so yeah, I'll play with that another time, I think. Okay, let's shift gears. And I want to process these Mars shots that I got from last night. And I think they're actually still one or more of them I think is still on my laptop. So I need to go grab that real quick. So we'll look we'll watch the live stack update. 3 out of 5. Yeah, okay. So that's still going. Let me go grab my laptop. And since I'm going to get up, I'm going to run the Twitch ad real quick. So I'll just run that Twitch ad. I'll be right back. All right. I need a hard drive. SSD, actually. Who uses hard drives anymore? Actually, I do. I have a big hard drive in this computer for storage, you know. I wish my planetary setup was planetary imaging setup was you know, as convenient and cool and easy to use as my deep sky setup, because it would be fun to stream, you know, planetary stuff too, especially Jupiter, which is changing throughout the night, you know, and see that stuff come through. So I got some shots. I recorded some video for the planetary imaging of Mars last night. It was, you know, poor seeing, which is really kind of average for around here. So not much really to be too excited about. But you know, maybe all I'm able to get for, you know, being close to Mars opposition. So, you know, I wanted to get what I could out of it. And actually, we may have something pretty decent to take a look at. So let me just get these files copied over. A couple of big files. And the live stack of the California Nebula is looking pretty great. Mars is like, yeah, I'm sure you guys know, it's kind of like a special thing because, you know, we only get it every other year. So, you know, every other year. And, you know, it's really only best to view when it's close to opposition. And so it's really kind of like, like maybe a couple of weeks out of a couple of weeks every 2 years that we get to, you know, get good views of Mars. And right now the views are really great because we have such a great view of I think it's the North Pole. I'm pretty sure it's the North Pole. And the North Polar ice cap, which is really cool to see, you know, that kind of detail on you know, on another planet from a telescope in your backyard or on your balcony. But I'm also kind of, you know, not super excited about my images because I'm following a guy on Instagram who has a 24-inch Dobsonian telescope, and his planetary images are remarkable, as I'm sure you can imagine with a 24-inch telescope. So I have a 12.5, so I'm like half the telescope. You know, maybe I can pull up some of his images and compare. This guy's got images of Jupiter's moons with like a pretty significant amount of surface detail on Jupiter's moons. So that's pretty wild. So, okay, I need to copy. Let's see, should I just process these on the SSD? How much space do I have on that? Let's see. Yeah, let me copy this data over. Give me a minute here. A little bit of data management. Take a look at my, you know, watch the California Nebula get a little bit more and more clear as the live stack adds up. And I'm going to move this stuff. Let's see. We'll put it on the hard drive. That's fine. Let's see. We'll do a new folder. If I can spell that correctly. Planetary. And let me see. That was 118. Yeah. There we go. Okay, gonna copy that over. My print is looking pretty good too, which is good. 30 seconds left here. One thing about the planetary imaging, the software really hasn't, at least as far as I know, the software really hasn't evolved much in the last, I don't know what, well, at least 8 years since I was previously doing planetary imaging. So kind of disappointing, considering how much better the deep sky stuff is. Okay, yeah, this software is kind of lame, honestly. So to use auto stackered, auto. Which, I mean, I shouldn't, I shouldn't really, it's great that we have this software available, for free to use. But it definitely does feel very dated. So, okay, so what do I have? I have four different Mars shots here. I guess we'll go in order. I'll drag that in there. Let me load. Yeah, those ones are smaller. Those ones are cropped in a little bit better. Maybe I'll do this one. I'll go in order. Okay, so if you don't know anything about imaging the planets, we do it a totally different process from deep sky imaging, where deep sky imaging we do long exposures. But with planets, we want really short exposures and a whole crap ton of them. They call the process lucky imaging. So what you do is you actually shoot a video, because a video is just a series of individual still frames, right? And the higher the frame rate, the better, because the higher the frame rate, faster the shutter speed, then the more you sort of freeze the effects of wobbly turbulence in the atmosphere. And so what this software does is it analyzes those frames. When I click the Analyze button, it analyzes. It's going to analyze. This is how many frames is this? I don't know if it's if this tells me somewhere. I think it was like 23,000 frames. 24, almost 25,000 frames. And so it'll analyze them, and it will decide which ones are good and which ones are not good. Hey, thanks for being here, old curmudgeon. Glad to have you here on the live stream. I appreciate you, and yeah, hope you have a good night. Okay, so then it gives you this quality graph, and this is kind of unintuitive to read. I guess this is, yeah, so most of these frames I think are not really good is what it's telling me. Okay, oh yeah, okay. So like the green line is, the gray is each individual frame, and then the green line is them ordered in quality. So I really want like everything. I want like the really good quality frames. So I want like, I don't know, 5% of frames maybe. Yeah, and if you click, yeah, that's right. If you click here, then that frame will show up. So like that's a good frame, and that's a bad frame. I don't know if you can see that well on the stream, but like that's a really bad frame. So what I don't know is if it tells me. Yeah, this software is weird and unintuitive to use. What I know is I do 5 there, but you need to place like alignment points, and so that is yeah. So now those are alignment points it'll use for aligning the individual frames. It does the like whole stacking thing, and yeah. So I'll do 5%, and maybe I'll yeah. I could try drizzling. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna stack. I think usually I get the best results if I do it like this. Okay, so that's done. And so this is my stacked image. And yeah, there's a bit of an artifact over here. So that's kind of weird. I wonder if maybe 5% was too much. So I'm just gonna run like 2%. And like we'll try that again. Either that or maybe my alignment points aren't right. Oops. Yeah, still this like weird like ring out here. So I wonder if that has to do I wonder if that has to do with my data or with my alignment points. But I'm not really liking either of those. So let's see if we can make that a little bit better. Let's see. I think I can clear the alignment points. Yeah, so maybe I just, yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, this is not something I've done. Okay, let me play with this here. So yeah, okay, so I think what I want is like alignment points over like areas where there's contrast, right? So there's like it has something to like track and hold on to. This is Earth. Yes, this is not Earth. This is Mars. So maybe I don't even really need that many alignment points. But I'm just kind of looking at areas where there's like contrast, like different colors and stuff. Okay, let's try 5% of those frames, and I'll restack it. Wow, that's significantly worse. There's weird stuff going on there. So let's see. I'll check close to edge, which my understanding was you don't. Oh, not manual draw. Yeah, 32 points, and then place AP grid. Okay, so that's like the auto thing. I think usually the auto is supposed to be the best. The auto setting. Oh. Yeah, okay, hold on. Just redo that real quick. The planet itself looks pretty good. It's still got this ring over here. You know, I could like clone stamp that out, but I'm wondering if you know, there's more detail hidden in there because this is like not aligning right or something, or if maybe this is maybe I didn't quite have very sharp focus or collimation issues. Yeah, my 12.5-inch scope. Yeah. Yeah, so having like this here, this like ringing, this sort of like double and ghosted image. Yeah, that could be yeah, it could be a focus or a collimation issue. So or just a result of the poor seeing. So but maybe we'll play with trying to sharpen that a little bit and see what we can get out of it. Maybe we can get something decent. So now you use Registax for this, and this software is like kind of unfortunately, yeah, it's very dated, and this is kind of frustrating software to use. Yeah, my Dobsonian. Yep. which I've got some really good images of Jupiter with. So that I've been very happy with. Let's see. RGB, auto RGB balance. That actually looks horrible. That looks better like that. So play with the contrast, brightness a little bit. Really, like something like Photoshop's tools are going to be a lot better for, you know, playing with the colors and stuff. Hey, what's up? Don't steal my soul. That is Mars. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We should rotate this. Flip X and Y. Nope. Why is that not? Oh, these tools really. This. What? Why did that? Yeah, you think so, Star Traveler? Yeah, I don't really know how to use the sharpening tools in Photoshop either. I'm a total Photoshop noob. I know how to do sharpening in PixInsight, but that doesn't work very well for planetary imaging. So, now, like, why did it rotate? This software is like, yeah, this. And then it doesn't have like undo buttons, so it's like weird to like, it just has to like start over. So, yeah, maybe I need to play around with, you know, with Photoshop's tools. But this has wavelets, which is, you know, the powerful tool for sharpening. And I did make some. I saved some schemes from other planets. That actually looks pretty good right there. I have one set up for Saturn. That brings a lot of detail out. Thanks for the follow. Don't steal my soul. This might be a little bit too much though. Or you get like, let's see, view zoomed. Yeah, maybe we just need to play around with it in Photoshop. Which I, you know, would rather not use. Well, let's load it up. Which camera? I use the Uranus C from Player One Astronomy. It's Scott's favorite camera. Which is the camera that I'm also doing deep sky imaging with. This camera right here. Pretty great little camera. Really very extremely capable planetary camera. And a shockingly capable deep sky camera as well. So it's kind of nice to have one camera that can do both. That can do a very good job of, very decently good job. It's advertised as a planetary camera. They show more deep sky images with it. SV Boney 105. Sorry, on this channel, we refer to SV Boney by a nickname because I had a tongue slip. And I called it SV Boner one time. So around here we refer to that as SV Boner. Make of that what you will. So this thing has an IMX307 sensor. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm sure the camera is very capable. I can't really comment on comparisons with the camera that I have. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So what's the filter wheel, Myth? Did you 3D print the filter wheel? He says a manual filter wheel, right? It looks good. Yeah. Okay, so we are gonna try to Astromania 2-inch wheel. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that, but all right. I just kind of I don't really know even how to do any sharpening. I guess probably there's like unsharp mask. Oh, the threads were garbage. Oh, yeah. That is, you need for like filter kind of stuff. You need threads that are gonna be that are probably gonna be much finer pitch than you can realistically 3D print. Even with like a really expensive like industrial kind of 3D printer. So. Much smaller features. Yeah, much smaller features than what, a 3D printer is really capable of. Okay, so how do we do sharpening in Photoshop? Is that a filter? $80 for a generic manual one. Honestly, doesn't sound too bad. There we go. Sharpen, unsharp mask. What's Smart Sharpen do? Guess we can try this. Preset default. We can just try. Yeah. Okay. So it's like it's definitely like pixelating it. Oh, there we go. Changing the radius. There. Oh, that comes out. There's a lot. A lot comes out of there. Yeah, so obviously the radius is way too much. Can be way too much. So turning on and off the preview doesn't do anything. Whoa. Okay, it definitely sharpens it. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that looks okay. There's definitely still like yeah, that introduced some artifacting along the polar cap here and the you rotate that around because that's like the North Pole. Kind of did some weird stuff, but we can also like clone stamp out this or healing brush out that this weird ringing over here. We probably want a like a pretty soft brush. Honestly, that looks pretty okay, doesn't it? I mean, considering the conditions too, like this was really poor. It was not the poorest seeing ever, but it was quite poor. Like I wasn't even gonna I wasn't even gonna, get the camera out. We were just looking at it visually. And visually you could kind of like the details would, kind of come and go, with the seeing. And so I'm shocked I was really able to get anything out of it. Are you gonna adjust the colors at all? I don't know. Yeah, you should probably should put some saturation into it, but I think the colors look pretty like realistic, pretty natural, like it is, right? Maybe just we'll play with the brightness and the contrast. Kind of cranking the contrast up gives me a little bit more. I don't like the brightness, but increasing the contrast looks a little bit better. And then maybe we can do some stuff with curves. No. We don't want that. But maybe some saturation. Maybe like that. Yeah, I don't want to push too much saturation because I have like some color fringing going on here too. I have a really crappy cheap Barlow lens too. This was a 2x Barlow. Crap, I don't want to spend money on another thing, You guys know how it is. I probably should get a better Barlow lens. That may be introducing a lot of this like kind of chromatic aberration. Maybe I can adjust that. Let's see. Is that a filter in Photoshop? There's like a chromatic aberration thing somewhere. Let's see. Isn't there a somebody knows how to adjust chromatic aberration in Photoshop. It's in there somewhere. I guess I can Google it. All right, we'll ask Google. I think that's maybe what I'm seeing, just like a little bit of chromatic aberration. How do you add what? How do you add? I searched for chromatic aberration in Photoshop, and all the results are how to add chromatic aberration. No. We want to remove it. Why would that be the default? How to add it? Layer. Gaussian blur. Wait, what? Isn't there a chromatic aberration tool? I know I've used it before. It's been a long time since I've done much photoshopping. Oh, they call it color fringing. It's the same thing. Oh, is it a camera raw thing? Oh, wow. That's okay. I know I've had like I swear it was like a filter with a slider. Yeah. A 1.25 inch Barlow. Yeah. But well, if I can't figure it out, yeah, I don't know. I have to go take another piss. So bear with me for a moment. For a minute, I'm gonna run a Twitch ad while I do that. I'll be right back. All right, so I just checked on my print, and I can't tell for sure, but it kind of looks like this edge over here is starting to lift off the print bed, which would be bad. So got to kind of keep an eye on it, and if it looks like it's gonna lift, I got to cancel it and start over, which would suck. But I'd rather waste this amount of material than, you know, have it print the whole night and then waste the whole frickin' thing, right? So got to keep an eye on that. I can't quite tell if it's lifting off there or not. So, and, you know, if it lifts a little bit, you know, warps a little bit, it won't be the end of the world for this part because this is the back of the telescope. It'll work okay, but you really don't want that. Yeah, it can't warp too much, right? So, and on future parts, I really can't have those lifting at all. More skirt. Yeah, I don't. I usually print about that much, so. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I just refreshed it. Yeah, I just refreshed it. I noticed your more skirt message and wasn't showing. Yeah, this the plugin thing that I'm using is a little bit buggy. So, yeah, so that's Mars, and I can compare that to previous images of Mars that I've had. Let's see. Let's take a look. Take a look at that. So there's like, that's like an image of Mars from many years ago. That was from 2016 with a 8-inch telescope. So my new image is definitely significantly sharper. I had a lot of color fringing going on in here too. This is way too like way too saturated. This is like kind of comical looking versus this image. I think it's kind of much more natural looking color, right? So but maybe we can saturate it maybe a bit more. Oh, you know what I want to do? Okay, so the problem I have with this is I get the red, but it makes this like color fringing even more saturated. So what I want to do is I want to do like a ranged saturation. I want to saturate just the reds. So how the hell do you do that in Photoshop? I know how to do it in PixInsight. Let's see. So maybe I can like look at just the red channel. No, that's not what you want. Like, can I make the red channel brighter? That doesn't do it. Can I do the red? Okay, maybe I can do curves and just do the red. Well, that'll be okay. Oh, actually, maybe that's. Maybe. Well, I don't know. What do you? Oh, there we go. Oh, maybe that's what I want. Oh, yeah. I think I like that. Yeah, there we go. So now I made so I was able to keep the darks kind of dark and the red, sort of just like the mid-tones, right? And maybe I can bring like the highlights. Maybe like that. I don't know. Maybe that's okay. I guess that's. I mean, that's pretty cool. Honestly, it's definitely better than what I've been able to do before. Last night. This was last night. The new one's from last night. This old one was from. This is from 2016. So, definitely improvement. And I never feel like I'm. Yeah. There was not. No, the moon was not very bright and very far away from Mars at the time. It was like only like a half moon last night, and pretty far away from Mars. So, and Mars, it's close. Mars is super bright, so the moonlight definitely didn't affect this at all. So, yeah, okay, so all right, I think I'm there's another thing that I can do differently on here. Because there's kind of this like there's this ringing on here. Can I open up another one of these? No. Let me save this. Let me save this out. I want to save that in my Astropics. Solar system. Mars. The date was 1/18/25. And I'll just save that as a JPEG. Mars_1. Maybe let's try another stack actually. So I did shoot a couple of different images. And why did that not? What in the cringe? Okay, whatever. This thing is acting weird. Let's try maybe I got the focus better on, you know, one or versus the other. So that looks very kind of soft. We'll just do the analyze and see what we get out of it. Yeah, I think this one was really bad. I don't think that frame looks very good. Maybe I'll try this one. Analyze this one. I have like, what do I have? I have 4 different recordings of it. So we can try all of those. This one's longer. This is more frames to analyze. Oh man, are you kidding me? Heck yeah. Does this job have tracking? You really kind of need tracking to do this. Oh, okay. So I can see the quality graph down here looks pretty bad. But we'll try just like 1% of frames. This is a shitload of frames, so just like 1% of them. And then place the AP grid and stack it. Yeah, dude, a 24-inch Dob? Yeah, tell him to bring it over here. I'll take care of that. Oh, cool. Yeah, right on. Yeah, well, I mean, it would be cool, you know, regardless, right? Okay, so this one is a stack. from a different, so a different capture. And I want to rotate it. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a little friendly peer pressure, right, to get your friends back into it. That would be cool. Especially because it's best to have a friend that has a really big telescope, so you don't have to have the burden of owning it and transporting it and setting it up and storing it, but you get to use it. So yeah, there's this dude TW. Let me find this guy on Instagram. This guy's images are incredible. TW.astrophotography. It's in the UK. Yeah, his Mars shots are crazy. Oh, cool. Right on. Yeah. I would say I qualify as a CAD guru. Yeah, look up, I wish we could see, let me see if I can, on the web, Instagram/TW. Tom Williams. Yeah. Yeah, check out this guy's Mars images. You can't zoom in on it unless you're logged in. But yeah, at tw.astrophotography. These images of the International Space Station are kind of ridiculous too. Well, yeah, they're very ridiculous. But yeah, look at these Mars images are terrific. And then the Jupiter's, like the detail on the moons of Jupiter's moons that he's got. Yeah, gonna want you to log in, but I'm not doing that. So then I look at my blurry mess of a picture compared to what he has. So what I think I want to do is I want to create a mask. And I think I can draw a circle to do this, because I don't want to sharpen the edge so much. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I want to do this in a couple of steps. Maybe I want to kind of sharpen the edge, and then, as I think I was getting that ringing that I meant. Just there's a ring here, and from my experience from processing Jupiter images, it was caused from sharpening the edge, over sharpening the edge, and the edge of the planet shouldn't be sharp, right? It should be kind of soft, right? So, so let's try that. Let's try a sharpen, and use a smart sharpen before was what I used, and whoa, that's kind of weird. Remove lens blur seems to be the best. So maybe I just bring the amount way down. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a ringing on there. Yeah, hit OK. Yeah, okay, so that kind of sharpens the outside, but I don't want to do too much. Oh. Yeah, I'm like staring. I'm focusing, right? Yeah. So, okay. So let's do another. Yeah. So that kind of sharpen the outside without doing too much. So now what I'll do is I'll draw a. Do I want to draw an ellipse? I don't know if that's what I want to do. So I should be able to turn this into a mask. Let's see. How do we... Okay, and then let's see. Can we turn an object into a mask? I'm such a Photoshop noob, you guys. I'm sorry for that. Like you right click. There's like clipping like mask layers. Like, is that what you want? Oh, you know what? I want to make a selection. I don't want to draw a shape. I want to make a selection. There we go. Ecliptical marquee too. Yeah, yeah. There we go. That's what I want. So now I can select and mask, and I want to smooth it out and feather it a little bit. And then maybe I want to shift the edge in. Something like that. And hit OK. Okay, so now I have a mask. So now, let's see. Now if I do sharpen, will it just happen inside that mask? Or do I have to like make another, do I have to like make another layer? Filter, sharpen, smart sharpen. Huh, that's maybe looking kind of weird too. There's not like a reset button? Like, yeah, this is like got a lot more noise in it. Shadows, fade amount, highlights. Yeah. I guess there's a lot you can play with in here to try and, you know, get these a little better. Like that's obviously weird. I think it is, yeah, it is. My mask is working though. Well, that's I guess that's better. This dark area, the dark band here between the polar cap and this sort of medium dark region is kind of overly sharpened. So I don't really know what to do, you know, about that. Let's check in on our deep sky. There's the telescope still doing its thing. I think it's approaching meridian flip pretty soon. So that's fun. There's a live stack. Looking pretty cool. How many images do we have in there now? We got a good amount of data on it. Decent amount. 15. So take a look at Nina. Yeah, my total error in guiding is 1.51 arc seconds. That's not too bad. That's about what I kind of normally see. A little bit better than what I normally see, I think. And number of stars detected is increasing, and HFR is increasing a bit too, but not. Oh, the HFR trend is only 0.19%. So we're doing really good, looking really good here. Now, like, what time are those clouds going to come in? I might check the get an updated forecast on that. So sometime in the next half an hour, according to atmospheric. So we'll see how that pans out. All right, back to photoshopping. So I definitely, that definitely sharpened it, but this does some this has got some weird like pixelation kind of stuff going on here. I'm gonna take a look at that previous image that I did. Yeah, this has got some weird pixel. I wonder if that's just noise because I stacked fewer frames. This one's definitely better still. So I'm just gonna close that and not save it. And let's process one of my other captures. Can't remember if I did the first one or yeah, I think I did the first one already. Let's try this one. This is like the second one. Clear that out and hit analyze. This one looks like it's got pretty bad frame, mostly bad frames too. Not really much better on that one. Well, let's take 2% of those frames and see what we get. Also, let's see what happens if I do a let's do a 1.5 and a 3 times drizzle also. I think drizzling is it's like a fancy form of upscaling, but I think it's mostly only really effective if you combine that with deconvolution in the post processing. But I don't know if I can do that. So that's the 3 time drizzled image. Let's see what happens. So this should be like 3 times the resolution. So the question is, can I sharpen it and get it to get it to look good? It does seem that like that banding is gone in there, so that's maybe a little bit there, but not too bad. I've been rotating all these. So we'll just try the that smart sharpen. Maybe what's the unsharp mask do? Maybe let's try that first. I can't really zoom this in anymore. Oh, it gives me the preview there. Well, it definitely pulls details in there. Threshold makes it worse. I'll use that smart tool. So, okay, okay. I can like really push it. Make a duplicate and start over. Yes, learning definitely still occurring. Sharpen, smart sharpen. Yeah, and we don't have really good. As far as I know, we don't have really good tools for planetary like we do with Deep Sky. You know, things like Blur Exterminator. Blur Exterminator is just so freaking terrific. Let me load that up real quick. Play with that. Like, I don't think it'll work with planetary images. Like that's what's. Yeah, I really dislike Registacks. It's like using that software is just so frustrating to try to use. Yeah, auto stackered is how I do the stacking. Yeah, now those tools haven't really evolved, as far as I know, because I was doing this back in 2016, and those tools like basically haven't changed, and that's definitely not the same for Deep Sky stuff. Like Deep Sky stuff has absolutely changed. So play with Blur Exterminator and see. I was playing with this last night a little bit, and it was like, yeah, this is definitely not going to do anything. But I want to spend a little more time. So this is with a drizzled image too. So from what I understand about drizzling, you get the benefit out of that when you then do deconvolution. And the real-time preview is just totally not going to work here. Yeah, it's dropping frames because Blur Exterminator is trying to run. Yeah, no, it is definitely. And now it's like frozen. The stream is dropping frames. I assume that's what you meant. Wow. Okay. We're just gonna have to force quit PixInsight here. I also have a lot of applications running. We'll try this again. All right, and I need not that. I need my. It was my fault for trying to bring up the real-time preview with Blur Exterminator. Rather than just running it. Yes, let me just. So if I just run this on here, by default, it's going to do something weird. So like it needs to know the point spread function, which is how large the stars are, right? But there's no stars in here, so I don't know if we can do the same. I'm thinking it just doesn't work at all the same. But we'll just see what we can do here. Oh, this is not even starting. It's sitting here frozen at initializing. I've definitely run this before on stream, so I don't know if it's the something to do with OBS, which is using the graphics card, or because I have too many other, or something else running in the background is. Yeah, something's kind of hitting the GPU there. Not really that hard. I mean, that could be the streaming. Yeah, this is just freezing. All right. Well, I don't think we're gonna do this. All right. I mean, I don't think it was gonna work anyways. Don't really do it much for me anyways. But okay, we're not gonna do anything with that. So never mind. Yeah. No, I was just trying something. I didn't think it was gonna work, and it's like freezing, and so it's I can't really do it anyways. Yeah. What's up, Zach? By the way, I wish I could use Pics for planetary imaging because I really like Pics. I'm used to it, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing in Photoshop. I'm just kind of I'm just punching buttons here. Yeah, I wish I could. I tried last night to do something, and like try to use Blur Exterminator on it, and it just doesn't seem like you can use that. So I was gonna just try again, because that would be really great if you could. So, but we'll just continue playing with the Smart Sharpen tool here in Photoshop. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple of sharpen steps. I'm just going to sharpen the outside edge first. And so that did sharpen the outside edge, but now I have this weird... this is just really ugly. Yeah, this whole thing is blurred. I was going to like clone stamp this out, but yeah, this whole thing is just... This one's ugly. I think maybe I got the best I can get out of that. Which is, I mean, it's still pretty cool. This image. Considering the conditions, and I may not have even had very great equipment either. My oh, and now I see that there's some weird like black banding here from the JPEG compression, so that's kind of ugly. Yeah, maybe I saved that too low of a JPEG setting. Let's try this one. This one is 1.5 times drizzled. We'll see what we can do with this. There's some stacking artifacts around the edges. Whoops. I don't want to scale it. I want to crop it. Oh, bro. Yeah, I'm trying not to be... Yeah, I always try to stay grounded there, right? And, yeah, even probably, honestly, most of my adulthood, I didn't think that I would be able to take images like this. So, I mean, just being able to see the polar ice cap on Mars, yeah, that's pretty remarkable. So, I don't want to sound... I hope I don't sound too disappointed, in what we have and what we can do. So, yeah. It's like, are you like, yeah, that's pretty crazy to be able to see that kind of detail on another friggin' planet. So. All right, I think this is probably going to have the same problem with, yeah. I wonder if maybe my, I just wasn't getting the focus solid, or if maybe there's something wrong with my that Barlow is just crappy. I do. I mean, I have Registax, right? I just hate using it. You can do wavelets in PixInsight. Yeah, this program just kind of really sucks. I mean, it has wavelets. We can do, we can do stuff with wavelets. But this is kind of another thing that I just kind of end up like, this is very unintuitive to use, and I don't really know, again, like what I'm doing. So, does Serial work pretty good for planetary imaging, doing wavelets? Yeah, trying to avoid using Photoshop too in my whole life. I had a trial for Affinity Photo, but it only lasts for a week now. So this is a bit of an improvement. It's a bit sharper. So maybe what I'll do is I'll do that and then save out a TIFF. And then maybe I'll bring that into Photoshop. And then do a little bit more, maybe do a little bit more on the sharpening in here. Now that I've done a little bit of wavelets, then we'll do some sharpening. Ah, got you. Okay, so I still get this ringing. Well, this sort of, kind of weird pattern on the outside of here. I wonder if maybe I try to like clone stamp that out and then sharpen it, or heel brush it out. This might be kind of a mistake, because now when I try to sharpen it might get really weird. Okay. All right. Let's see. We want, what was it? Filter, sharpen, smart sharpen. And, yeah, so that amount is too much. Bring that down. I guess that's good. It's better. Was it better than that one that I have already done, though? Maybe a little bit better. Oh, yeah, the ringing around the... Yeah, this, like, the area around the polar cap here is a lot better. I think I want to try my that trick that I had with the mask. Why is that not? I'm trying to do it. Trying to shift the edge of that. Feather it. There we go. Okay, so now I've got a mask, and now we'll try some more sharpening. Sharp, smart masking. Is that any better? Or is that? Yeah. It's less noisy. Not much sharper, but maybe you really can't. Maybe you really can't. You know, can't really ask for much more sharpness considering the seeing conditions. That's maybe not. That's maybe not too bad. That's maybe pretty good. This region's a lot better. Kind of comparing to this other one that we did. It's a bit cleaner result, I think. This region, it looks like there's better, yeah, color and stuff in there. All right, let's go with that. And let's play with the adjustments to get my the colors and stuff looking a little better. Need a little more contrast. Yeah, I don't think whoa, what does auto give me? Oh my god, that's terrible. Auto is definitely not what we want. We have a little bit more contrast. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't want to see it. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely going to be a little bit. They have a little bit bigger mirror and a bit better seeing conditions in space than I have. Now, can I pull, like, there's this, like, chrominance noise in here. See, like, in Pix Insight, I know how to fix that. I don't really know how to do that in Photoshop. Yeah, should be perfect. Yeah, I mean, you know, people that are better with Photoshop know how to do this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't want to adjust the. Oh, now it's removing the matte. I really don't like Photoshop. Well, there's another one. There's two sort of Marses. Maybe there's like some green in there. I can like. No, I don't want to do that. Oh shoot. Curves. I just boosted the red. To make the red planet look more, you know, red. That's all I did. This one looks like it has a little bit more contrast. Okay, I'm just gonna go with that. I'm kind of over this. The planetary stuff is like, I don't know. It's kind of I mean, it's cool, but I definitely like processing the deep sky stuff better. So, but I think that's about all I can, can ask for, that I was able to do last night. And this one's a little bit bigger too, because it's 1.5 times drizzled. So, yeah. Really just like we don't have good. There's not good software tools for processing these planetary images like we have for deep sky. It's like I don't know. It's just kind of feels like it's kind of comparatively like sort of neglected by the community. I don't want to say community, but I don't know. Maybe there's just not an incentive for the software development side of things. I hate to be, like a choosing beggar, right? I mean, this is like, it's free software, right? How can you, you can't be too, you can't be too picky. Oh, that's my Orion Nebula shot, by the way. Like being butthurt that, the free software that you want doesn't exist, right? So, maybe we'll try one more. We'll try one more here. I think this was the sharpest one that I had. Obviously not that frame. Yeah, okay. And I'm going to try, I'll try saving a 3x drizzle and see if I can process that one this time. And I'll do like 3% of frames. Oh, we need AP points. Stack. Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna get up and check on some things. Check on the printer, use the bathroom, get some more water. I'll be right back. Yeah, AI stuff, right? So, all right, I'll BRB. Well, no sign of clouds so far, I don't think. If we look at the, yeah, we could look at the security cam. No, no sign of clouds there. And the remote desktop. The guiding is still looking really good. 1.37 arc seconds total error. And the live stack is showing a lot of data in there. That's looking pretty good. 22, we got 22 subframes so far. California Nebula. If you're just joining, we've been shooting that since, like 7 o'clock or so. It says, very nice. I just showed my girlfriend Borat. We watched Borat for the first time. She saw it for the first time. I got to see it again. It's very fun to share that with somebody for the first time. Literally the funniest movie I've ever seen in my life. Borat. Yes, Star Traveler. This is the Rokinon. Oh, and I'm sorry, you asked about my rig earlier. This is the Rokinon 135 f2 on my Strainwave mount. And using the Optilong L Enhance filter. Yeah, this is looking pretty cool. I mean, I already have a really nice image of the California Nebula, but for streaming and the demonstration purposes, it's a good target to select, and it's kind of the only target that I have left that I really this time of year that's visible in the night sky. That's like a mostly hydrogen emission nebula. Everything else is going to be lost in the light pollution. We could see stuff. I mean, we could see some galaxies, but it's not going to have nice detail, like and not anything near as nice as this. So, yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, it's a good test, I guess, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I have another California Nebula. This upcoming new moon. I really want to shoot, I really want to reshoot. Yeah, I you don't have to tell me, Star Traveler. Yes. Let me show you my, I'll show you my California Nebula. If you guys haven't seen it, we processed this on the stream. I've shot this a few times, and processed it a few times. So this is my most recent version of it. This was like, I can't remember. I didn't put how many hours of acquisition. Crap. I think this was like 12 hours on the California Nebula, and very pleased with this one. They got like a lot of this this really faint extended nebulosity here, and a very clean image. Really happy with the way this processing came out, and nice detail in this dark nebula structure here. So. We're shooting it again. Why not? And but this one was kind of weird. I processed this one. I'm sure some of you guys saw. Like, I shot this in a 2-panel mosaic, partially just to try mosaic shooting. So my image sensor is like 16:9, so it really makes sense to shoot this this target, laying down like this, like we're shooting it right now. But I did it the other way. I did a 2-panel mosaic, like horizontally, and partially just to try the mosaic shooting in Nina, the mosaic image target sequencer paneling, and so that partially did it that way. And also did it to just kind of get more, more data on it. So I'm really pleased with that. So I don't need to shoot this again, but it's a good, it's what we have that I can see here. That's not blocked by trees, and like all the good targets in the Orion Nebula region are blocked by a tree. Orion goes right behind this tree right here for most of the night, so I only get like a couple of hours, before it sets, that I can image at Orion. So, which gets me to what do I want to reshoot? What do I want to shoot? I want to reshoot this, the Witch Head Nebula, and this is a nice image. I like it, but it was really hazy. So there's these blue, really big halos around the stars. And we came up with a technique on the stream. Some of you saw. This is how it was. And then we came up with a technique to reducing it, at least the really bright ones. So there was like a high layer of like really thin clouds that caused this this glowing around all this additional glowing around all the stars. So I would like to reshoot this, but really what I need to do is I need to kind of look up and come up with a plan. That's all I really know that I would like to do is like reshoot that. Thank you. Yeah, for the conditions, it's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, the galaxies. Yeah, and so this was a cool one too. Like when we subtract the stars out, and then all these galaxies really stand out when you subtract the stars, right? So like, so I did an annotated version of this, and so here's the annotated version, and now we can see like all these galaxies, and I think this one. Right here, I think we looked this one up. NGC 1752. This is 150 million light years away. 752. I think that was the one. 1752. NGC 1752. Let's see. Do we have? No, I found some details on that. Maybe it was a different one, but yeah. Anyways, some of these are very far away. So, yeah. I mean, I'm pleased with it. It's cool, but I want to get one with some like really good, really good sky, and that doesn't have all this extra glowing of the stars, so it's that much cleaner and sharper, and so yeah, so I want to reshoot that, but other than that, I want, like, when you go to the dark sky site, you want to make the best use of your time there, and the best use of your time in the away from the light pollution would be broadband targets, right, where the filters aren't gonna help you too much. So something like the California Nebula would be kind of a waste to shoot there, because I can shoot that here, with a narrowband filters, right? So broadband targets like the Witch Head Nebula, or maybe some other dark nebula, are things that I don't have a lot of shots of, and I can't really shoot them here. So yeah, that's what and those are kind of more obscure targets, so looking those up can be a little bit trickier, right? So, yeah, that's kind of what I would like to. But I need to. I guess it's getting time to where I really need to. I really need to plan that out, don't I? Because it's coming up pretty soon. When's the next new moon? Gotta go look at my calendar. It's not next weekend, is it? Next weekend would be, or the weekend after. We actually have 2 decent weekends. The new moon's right in the middle of the week. That's really good. The new moon's in on Wednesday, so it's a week from Wednesday. So really either weekend before or after that new moon. So we have 2 weekends that are good for the weekend. Yeah. So the 25th and the 26th that weekend, or the 1st and the 2nd would, because it's just a little bit of crescent moon that's going to rise really, it's going to set really early or rise set really early in the night or rise really late in the morning. Yeah, there it is. But really early in the morning or late in the morning? How do I, you know what I mean? So either one of those weekends would be good. So fingers crossed for good weather. I can kind of get a view of the basic forecast at look at like Ridgecrest, and just to kind of see what the month is looking like. So yeah, there's like maybe some clouds, but no rain. All right, so okay, yeah, there's a chance there. Yeah. Are you able to get out on a weekday, Myth, or is it weekends only for you? I'm flexible. I can do whenever. So I need to get some emails going with the other group and see what others are maybe planning, and so. Yeah, it's probably, it's way too early out to tell, yeah. Oh, okay. Right on. All right, so we were going to play with this one real quick. So this is one I did a 3x drizzle on, and I want to just do one more, give it one more go through with this one looks super bright when I bring it into here. Yeah, I think the 3x drizzle is just too much for it. It's like there's like a lot of this heavy pixelation in here. Yeah. This week we'll start looking at the weather and like what's looking like what, and where's the place to be. Yeah, wavelets don't seem to have much effect on this 3x drizzled image. Yeah, really I can't see anything happening here. It's just like doing detail to the edges. Okay, wait, that's... Yeah, that gets really weird. Yeah, I think you can't do a 3x drizzle. But maybe let's just bring it into Photoshop real quick. Just spend a minute here and see what we can do with this. Okie dokie. Well, let's see what we can do with this here. We will do the sharpen filter. Smart sharpen. Oh, okay. Ooh, wait a minute. This could maybe... I feel like it's looking kind of weird around the edges, but the inside is showing like ooh, there was a little bit of a sweet spot in there. Okay, all right. Ooh, we may be onto something here, boys. Definitely better. So now I definitely want to try my trick of making a mask. Myth, how's your cold weather camping gear situation? Are you you know, you got your layers, you got your various warming techniques. That's kind of like a fun. I don't know. Fun's kind of a weird way to think about it. Kind of like a fun way to, like a fun like extra part of it is like how you're able to keep warm. You know, the techniques and strategies for keeping warm, you know, in the cold. And I'm pretty good to like you know, the 40s, down into the 40s. Below that, yeah, it's tough. It's tough for us California guys. So, oh shit, you got a heater in there. Yeah, but you got to be outside, you know, especially when you're, you know, the cool thing is you set up the imaging rig, you get that going, and then you do the visual observing. So, that's awesome with the heater, though. Ah. Gotcha. All right, filter, sharpen, smart sharpen. So now I think I want to have a large amount. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's starting to come in. Ooh, maybe right there. What does... Let me hit OK on that. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some like details that kind of really sort of come out there. But I wanted to try another layer. I'm just doing different layers so I can do like before and afters so I can compare. Oh shit, dude, some smoked tri-tip during the day. Oh man, you'll make a lot of friends that way. you show up to the crew with, you know, you feed some dudes the smoked tri-tip, you know, you'll make a lot of friends. So what does like doing things with like the the shadows and the highlights do. That doesn't seem to do much. The shadow slider affected things. No, maybe not. Okay. I don't know. Is that better or is that the edge is softer and it's higher resolution because it's drizzled. It's maybe not as sharp though. Maybe I just didn't push the sharpening as far. Well, we'll go with that. We'll have a couple different takes on it. And whoops, need that to go up there. Yeah, I haven't adjusted the colors yet. So I'm yeah, the colors come last. The colors comes now. This maybe looks kind of yeah, I don't know if that will show up on the stream, but now, you know, so there's, I think these colors are kind of good because there's like red, you know, it's the red planet, and there's sort of like a bluish, like a bluish sort of hue around it, and that actually, you know, Mars has an atmosphere, so that actually could be, I want to say that could be atmosphere, but I don't know. I was looking at that other guy's, thinking back at that other guy's like really sharp, you know, images from his 24-inch telescope, and his don't really show that. So maybe not. maybe not. But yeah, it still looks okay, I think. Whoops, I don't need another. Hue saturation. Just push the overall saturation up a little bit there. Kind of looks like there's a blue glow around it. Maybe it's a bit much. I think I like this one better. Curves. No, maybe that. Yeah, maybe that's okay. That's good. All right, I'm done with this. We're done with Mars. Mars, I'm done with you. Thank you for Mars. It was a pretty sweet experience. Yeah, it makes the white pop. Hey, what's up, Maple Glades? The night is going quite well. And Mazif is here. Yeah, and you're on the East Coast, right? So it's even much later for you over there. But glad to have you here in the chat. And yeah, so we imaged Mars last night. And we're just processing them today. So I mean that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, 12:20 over there. Yeah, that's way past my bedtime. So there's Mars. Pretty cool. not a great. Yeah, it wasn't great conditions, and you know, maybe my equipment wasn't you know, that great. But you know what? Yeah, it's definitely not gonna win any awards or wow anybody really on images of Mars, but it is a quite an improvement over what I've previously been able to do. So this is on the left here is my previous best Mars image from 2016, and this is the one that we just got last night. So much cleaner, much sharper, more detail in there than this one. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. And so Maple Glaze was asking how the night was going, and the forecast was like, for sure, bro, clouds are coming in at 9. It's 9:23. And yeah, it's showing like full clouds, but we're still rocking and rolling on this imaging over here. All right, we're moving on from Mars. That was a good exercise. That was some fun stuff. Let's get the so we're still live stacking the California Nebula over here. 27 sub exposures, and yeah, we're doing great. Looks like we did do an autofocus a minute ago, which is fine. Oh wait, did we? Oh yeah, it did an autofocus a long time ago. Oh, I don't. Oh, that's a dither. Is what that? There's a little triangle there. So I'm gonna poke my head out. I'm just gonna poke my head out on the balcony and take a look, because the forecast says like, oh my God, for sure there's clouds. We can look at the security camera. Shows really no sign of clouds, although we don't see a whole lot of sky there. But take a look at. Awesome, Mazif. Yeah, this is like 100%. There's clouds here, like right now, and I don't believe it. Let me go just poke my head out there real quick. I'll check out my 3D print while I'm up. Yeah, so there is not a sign at all of clouds, which is very peculiar because usually the atmospheric app is spot on about that. I'm not complaining. I'm glad of that. This morning it was very heavy marine layer, like overcast type of stuff. So there was, I expect it's the same kind of weather pattern. So at some point that marine layer overcast that we get is gonna set in, and maybe it's just the what time. So it's very gloomy looking, all morning until noon or so, which we get a lot of that kind of stuff around here. So, Mazif shooting 03. So you say you're trying to get 03 before the moon comes up. Does the moonlight kind of bleed into the 03? Is it kind of similar wavelengths? Here's a exposure from Mazif. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Let's see, what else are you guys up to in the Discord here? Oh, cool. Yeah, so we have a guy in the Discord. He was in the chat earlier, and he's asking about he says he's not really too familiar with astronomy. He's more of a CAD CAM technician. Cool. He wants to learn to search the skies. Was wondering if there's a full tutorial somewhere to teach him how to build his own motorized telescope mount. Well, I don't think there's. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. There's definitely not a full tutorial. That's too much of a can of worms, I think, for a full tutorial, right? There's definitely resources and well, there may be not a full tutorial, but there's definitely designs. There's my design that's open source, and then there's some more approachable, that use more 3D printing designs, and some of our guys in the Discord are using those. So there's definitely designs, and that can kind of get them going, and then. Oh, I didn't even see that somebody started a poll. Oh, wow. I didn't even see that somebody started a poll. And apparently there was one vote for the 2016 version of Mars. Well, there you have it. The one person that voted. That's weird. How come I don't get like a notification for that? Huh. Well, anyways, they liked my old one better. So, yeah, fun stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's cool. I'm glad that somebody, posted that. I don't know. Can just anybody start a poll, or do you have to be like a mod to start a poll? Yeah, I don't know. There's so many like features and things in Twitch that are like, trying to get things every set up and working. It can be a whole thing. So, yeah. Only mods. Yeah. So it's probably Scott that did that because he's a mod on my channel. He does stuff in the background. So, and he's the kind of guy that would vote for the obviously not as good one because he's a troll. And that's his style. So, anyways, the live stack is looking really great. I'm looking for I'm looking forward to processing this. We got 28 times 5. No, not 285. I wish. 28 times 5 divided by 60. So getting close to 2.5 hours on the California Nebula here tonight. Not bad. Myth is Twitch illiterate. Yeah, Twitch is super cool. I really dig Twitch. I really like hanging out on people's streams on Twitch. The features that it has for interacting with the audience for interacting with the streamer are really fun. The way subscriptions work, subs and gift subs and hype trains and and then channel emotes and channel point rewards, and there's just a lot of fun stuff to ways to interact, and then raids. It's really fun to raid. Have to get a raid, and
I feel small because they're small and the universe is big, but I feel big.
yeah,
My atoms came from those stuff.
yeah. There you go. See, so you can do fun stuff like that. So yeah, that's why I like Twitch. But it's cool to dual stream to both platforms because some people like YouTube, and YouTube is cool too. So yeah, that's all there. My 3D print, we should look at that. That's the other thing we've got going on. I got something weird. Yeah, feel free. That's what they're there for. So my print. It's doing something that I don't think I've ever seen before. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I have I have a lot of subscribers. Over 11,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I got so YouTube gives me a reach. That's really the main reason why, and that I dual stream to YouTube. And YouTube is so YouTube's gonna the algorithm's gonna throw my stream out there much more than Twitch would. So it definitely makes sense. And the content that I'm streaming now is in line with my YouTube channel. So I'm as if I don't think it really matters. I'm just glad to have people wherever. I would say I would like to. I would say Twitch, just because I think Twitch is just a more fun, platform. Yeah, I don't think it. Ultimately, I don't think it really matters. So, I think Twitch. I would like to have Twitch have a bigger. I think it would be better for astronomy and astrophotography to have more of this type of content on Twitch. Because there's not a lot. If you look at the, we can look at the categories. If we look at the category that I'm in, the science, what's the best way to get to that category? The science and technology category only has 277 people viewing it right now. And there's not a lot of. There's a few really good streamers on here doing science type stuff, but yeah, right on. Either way, but I think Twitch is yeah. We need more of that type of content on either platform. So, but yeah, more so on Twitch, and I think YouTube. I think Twitch probably in general caters to more of a younger audience because people associate Twitch with video games, obviously, right? It's really that's kind of where it started was gaming platform, and but there's so much more to it. Much more than just playing games, and having the audience over there is pretty cool. So and versus YouTube, I think is more general audience, and that's why you see more of the astronomy guys streaming on YouTube, which is fine, but I don't know. That's just kind of my perception. So. Yeah, so I was mentioning my print. It's looking pretty good, but it's actually doing something that I've never really seen before. It looks like it's lifting off the build plate on this left side and the back over here. But then it's not like it's because usually if it's lifting off the build plate, you can. Obviously, right, if it's lifting off the build plate, you can slide something underneath there. So I took my X-Acto knife and tried to poke underneath there, and I can't slide underneath it, but it kind of looks like it's lifted up. But then when I look more closely, it looks like it's just kind of warping. No, it's like a. It's hard to describe. I could draw a picture. It's like bulging out. In like a millimeter or so. It's kind of weird. It's kind of a rough texture, which is it's a pattern that I've seen not in this part of the print, but in other parts of the print that's associated when the layers are getting too smashed together. I suppose it could be that the bed not being perfectly level and so these layers are the Z offset is too close on this part of the bed over here. That could be what's happening. In which case, the total print may still be fine. It just look a little bit ugly over there on that corner, which just kind of bugs me when the prints don't look perfect. But if it is lifting off the build plate, if it's because it's warping, then the part can be ruined. And if that's the case, I want to stop it now before I waste more material and time. But it doesn't really look like that. So, in fact, I'm gonna go just take another look at it. So you'll see me. I'm gonna go try and poke it. So you'll see me poke my hand and like a knife in there. Okay, yeah, no, I see what's going on. No, it has lifted off the build plate. These edges have lifted, but only a teeny bit. And that's so. Yeah, what happens is, like the bottom layer has raised off the build plate, so then the next layer that goes down over it gets too smashed, and so it squeezes some of the material out on the back side, so you get this like little like ridge artifact of extra plastic out there. So, because I was able to just barely slide the X-Acto knife underneath there, but only a little bit. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with it, and we'll see how it goes. What's this thing estimating here right now? So estimate another 16 hours. So, well, I'll wake up in the morning and see what it looks like. Yeah, this is new material. Well, I mean, it's not really... I mean, it's ABS. I've printed with plenty of ABS before. So, yeah, so having ABS warp and lift off the build plate is not... it's definitely not... Is not. I was worried about that. I knew this was a possibility. So, with such a large part. So, yeah. Oh no, yeah. It is. It's carbon fiber ABS. Yeah, but I mean, it's still ABS. So, as far as like build plate adhesion, it's about the same. So, which is. That's another kind of a thing too. It's decent, but it could be better. Other materials can have better build plate adhesion. So, I should be able to print these large parts. yeah, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how it goes. Yeah, I don't think it's bad enough for me to want to cancel it right now. Yeah, because it looks like it doesn't look like the warping is getting any worse. So it's been going long enough now that if it was getting worse, I would expect to be able to see it be worse, and in which case then I would stop it. I would stop it and change a few things and restart it, try it again. But so far it's going. So I may have had the Z offset a little bit too high. Actually, I may want to smash it down a little bit more. It can be hard to predict the. It can be hard to really just sort of tell by looking at the first layer go down on a textured PEI sheet. This is textured PEI. It can be kind of hard to tell by eyeballing it if you've got good Z offset or not, because the material needs to sort of get pressed down into the recessed part of the texture. So if it's a flat sheet, I can just tell like right away. I can be like, okay, yeah, that's going to be good, or that's not going to be good. I can tell by looking at it. But on the textured sheet, it's a little bit trickier. So I could print it on a flat PEI sheet. That's another thing I could do differently. But that can kind of have just so adhesion also. So with ABS at least. So that's what we're dealing with. And yeah, this thing is we're still imaging out here too. I was assuming I was going to have to bring this thing in by now, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to let it go for. I guess as long as they're not clouds, I can just let it go. And I'm pretty confident that we will have these clouds, this marine layer, come in at some point during the night. And so maybe I'll change my. I wasn't really planning on getting any other images, so maybe I'll just have it park the scope after this is done. And yeah, then we'll have some more data to play with. And then we can do something different with that. I would like to do a stream where I try processing some of my data in free software like Cyril, because I've been doing only PixInsight, and PixInsight's great. I love PixInsight, but being kind of expensive paid software, it's not that accessible to people that are kind of new, right? So, and I definitely want to cater to that, to that crowd as well. So I've never used Cyril, so maybe that would be I don't know if that would make for a good stream if I don't know what I'm doing, because then it's mostly just me going, what's this? So I don't know if the follow along and learn while I learn is entertaining or not, but I don't know. Maybe I could play with it off stream a little bit and then try it on stream. Then show you what I've learned or something. Could be maybe that could be a better idea. So yeah, that, and I still want to do the stream that I've been meaning to do, and I asked the guys in the Discord again about this, and they responded, where I process, your data, process your guys' data. Kind of fun to play with. So I've got a few that we can play with, but I don't think I want to do that. Maybe that'll be a stream for another time. So, and that's what that is. And you know, with that, it's getting to be around my bedtime. So I think I'm feeling myself. I think I'm feeling myself ready to call it a night. How are you guys feeling? Planet Neutral is still going. It will be fun to. Oh no, he literally just ended. It will be fun to drop a raid on somebody. Why does it show him there if he's not live? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anybody. We can look for a raid. If somebody has an idea for a raid, it would be maybe that would be fun. Yeah, well, the 10 o'clock oil. Cool, Myth. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I hope you can get your, yeah, I'm definitely open for suggestions. Sure, for stream ideas or just like, I'm open for any suggestions. Yeah, stream ideas or whichever, or raid suggestions if that's what I think that's because I was looking for that. As well. It'd be cool to raid somebody who's doing kind of similar stuff, you know. Oh, look, somebody is doing something. Oh, we do have another astrophotographer on here. Yeah, raid targets. Nerdarino. Yeah, I found somebody else here who has Third Rock Astronomy. Do you guys know this guy? He's doing something with the Rosette Nebula. Is he imaging? It's there's an ad break on here. We can we'll look in here. Oh, former NASA engineer. Okay. Oh, this guy doesn't have a mic though. Oh, doing Legos. Okay, Legos are fucking awesome. All right, we'll take a look. Is he in the science and technology category? Yeah, this guy, Third Rock Astronomy. I'd love to drop in here, but he's got no mic and no webcam. Like, what's the point, right? I mean, watching his Nina thing go is not that exciting. So, yeah, that's not somebody we want to. All right, so we're looking at for you said Nerdarino. Yeah, well then, yeah, what's the point of streaming if you're not, if you're not chatting, right? If you don't have a mic. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, look at he's got the. Oh, is he building the Lego SLS? Oh, dude, I need that. I don't have. I love Lego. I would buy. Yeah. I would buy all the Lego sets, but I limit myself to only the space Legos. But I don't have the Lego SLS yet. So, yeah. Cool. Okay, yeah, we'll drop a raid. We'll drop a raid on this guy. So, yeah. Yeah, so stick around, guys, for the raid. But he's at a let me search. He's at a commercial right now, so we'll wait for that to end. We don't want to drop a raid during the commercial. Oh, Batman stuff, Space and Batman. Ah, cool. Yeah, there's so many cool Legos. Like talk about a company that's been able to stay relevant. Like, I mean, it's kind of crazy, Lego toys, and I'll tell you too, as a mechanical and manufacturing engineer, Legos are absolutely insanely brilliant, and the utmost level of quality in product manufacturing you could hope to see. You can get a Lego from 1950 or whatever, the second ever Lego set, and get a brand new Lego set, and the little parts will still just snap right together. And it's just incredible to be able to manufacture that many things and have them be over that many years and have them still be that good. So when people are like complaining about Legos being expensive, it's like, yeah, but I mean, it's quality. So and if this guy's doing Lego streams, then I guess maybe I'm gonna have to do Lego streams. So now I have an excuse to buy more Legos, right? I'm spending all my money on telescopes. So, all right, let's go say hi to, what is it? Nerdunio. All right, we'll start the raid to Nerdunio. Thanks for being here, you guys. I appreciate you. Yep, we will do more of this again sometime soon. All right, we are raiding.
Designed by Dave. Guys, welcome in. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Good to see you. Thanks for the raid. How you doing, Designed by Dave? Here, let's go. Unfortunately, we were in a bit of an ad break there, but welcome in. It's good to see you all. As you can see, the little LED sign has picked up the raid, and it is good to see all of you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell us all the things. Guys, welcome back. Welcome back from the ads as well. If you were in my stream before. I'm assuming that you build things. Astrophotography. Oh, nice, Designed by Dave. What were you photographing tonight? What were you photographing? California Nebula. Beautiful target. Beautiful target. If you have any images to share or anything, I realize you might not have processed the data and all that kind of stuff. Feel free to throw up links, or you can pop it in our Discord. 3D printing parts for your new telescope. What scope? What did you get? What's the new scope? Tell us all the things. This is where our Discord is. Thank you, Misadventures in Astro, for guiding the raid over here. Guys, if you're new in chat, I'm Nerdwino. I'm a astronomer and a former NASA scientist. I now stream on Twitch Tuesdays, Sundays, and Thursdays. You've caught us in the middle of some Lego. We're currently working on the SLS. As you can see in the picture in the top right, that's what it's going to look like in the end. We're in bag 12 out of 33, so we're getting there slowly. But anyway, we talk about space and astronomy. We build some space-based Lego, as you can see. We read papers. We watch launches. We do a bunch of cool stuff. We're going to be doing some imaging here soon. I just am putting the finishing touches to an observatory in my backyard, so we're going to have permanent observatory, which is going to be amazing. So we'll be doing some astrophotography as well, live. But it's good to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for those follows. Thank you for the follows. Mithridates Gaming, thank you. And Dave, Designed by Dave, thanks. 114mm f3.9 Newtonian I designed for imaging. Ooh, nice. Are you building the whole thing? Did you buy the mirrors, or are you going to handcraft the mirrors? eBay and AliExpress quality? Fingers crossed. I mean, that'd probably be fine. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go pour some hot water into my drink, and I'll be like 10 seconds. Hold on. Okay, that was 10 seconds relatively. I don't know relative to what, but anyway. I didn't get attacked by cookies. But I did get attacked by this. Oh, 91.01. Yeah, guys, if you just came in on the raid, play the drop game. If you drop a 99.0 or more, you get a free 1 month sub to the channel. Yes, I got attacked by a Rose's signature truffle. Where are we? Get it to... Oh, maybe I'll just put it down here. There we go. That was what I was attacked by. Again, biscuits. We're a bit low on biscuits. We have cookies. We don't have many biscuits. I'm ashamed